You are going to be on,
Madam Chair, we established quorum. You have yourself. We have Delegate Ashana and Claw, Delegate Danny Simpson, and Delegate Otto so present.
okay, good morning, members of Resources and Development Committee, and also our visiting guests that are present here in person, and to listeners on the call. I'd just like to go and acknowledge the Department of Corrections for utilizing their Twin Arrows Police and Fire Station here adjacent to the Fire Rock Casino. And I just want to wish everyone good morning. So with that, I will call the meeting to order at 10:17 a.m. Mr. Tahi, can you please take a roll call?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committee, the 25th Navajo Nation Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, June 21st, 2023 at 10 a.m. Roll call, Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Excuse, Honorable Shauna and Claw.
Present.
Honorable Shauna and Claw is present. Honorable Richie Nez. Excused. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto so.
Present.
Honorable Otto so is present. Madam Chair, you have 4 members present, which establishes a quorum. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Next, I'd like to go ahead and request for a volunteer for invocation, members of RDC, to open the RDC meeting for June 21st. Mr. Honorable Aruso, you do have the floor.
Good morning, everyone on the line and those of you that are present here. Dado y Shantin this like the Senini Hatin Lini, the Kajon and Lini, that is Kadi Adita, that is God, that New Adi Eva, Hatin and Tito on the National Setlin, not that. Not El, Tahineo Canesi. Is hard, even beyond Gaza. Only is Canita. Yet, Lash like clean fonts is Canitaro. A way than in Yazid and Sud and in Asani Zenit Akon. Jansen, ye die, ye 93. See, person. A big out shame will come. Here in the shame, son, man. On that Kate into this card. This gave the hotel. I don't know that even he died. That even died of it. Tayada hotel in that of it. In that case, the horizon for the dad on the Jacob was solo with that table because he had the shame contributed to this. And the baby and the big cat. The Nanjing the exchange of K. In the door, or now, cut also, but even nothing. We are telling me that of the engagement of it. In Cajon, India, and Jay Kayaho, Italy, don't Jay, Cajon with that of it. You can exchange with the Shina, son of the moon. The Condy Kate on the jazz in Swiss, in that case. In Jane Lynn had a even done when it died with half weekly. In China, not only in China, that was in China, and usually die. Nedin Cotton, we began to shake it to the road, Sana Vika was on what his name,
Yeah, Shanat Ani Auto Honorable Auto so. Citizen Kunde Linigi Habehainzi Do Kunde Jike Hidina Linigi Beningli Auto Eya Nasta Nahada Do Jish announcements on the agenda. Doshla Kodo announcements Otleta resources Resource Development Committee members. Any announcements at this point? Or Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, my announcement is on Wednesday, June 28th. RDC will have its regular meeting out at the Cameron chapter. The following 2 days on Thursday, June 29th and June 30th, RDC will be having a leadership meeting with DNR and AUM and Freeport McRowan to do the AUM tours on the nomination. Will be starting in Cameron and will be concluding at Cove on the 30th. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is my announcement.
Mr. Tahi, thank you for reminding us of our schedule for next week, and I do appreciate that. If no other announcements, members of Resources and Development Committee, I'd like to go on to item 2 on the agenda. I'd like to go ahead and have the members of Resources and Development Committee introduce themselves, and we'll take it on to our visiting guest. Any other visiting representatives that we may have on the call here this morning. So Honorable Claw.
Oh, yeah, it's been Shanant Ani Danosini, though, Shikada Nosini, so yeah, it's been Shana and Claw, you know, she, I don't know, and Shanigi, Watson and the Schlido, Twitchini, Bashis Chin, Twitchini, the Shichado, Kia Ani, the Chanela, but mother essentially, Adoj in the Adoshananish, Bishbans, Anagi, Equit Aishanish, Ishle, Ado Shishi, the Oyat and the Schnidole, Ado Kode, Shitsu in Lenigi, Honorable so, he had long, so there's in this, Sheeba Hansen. I want to wish my dad, Paul Claude Jr., a happy birthday. 72 years, but nachi. Ani squashi Nihja Nihima, but Ado Yikato Benantindan Lini, but so doesn't that Egito, Adon Etani Glenigi, Ebenecha the salt agi amado aja a che masana and nala than nothing a the schnidole a quide
Yeah, Honorable Claw Ado in the Kuna, Honorable Simpson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of RDC, that have been staff. But it's okay. Good morning. Good morning. And she did happy birthday to your dad. Again, Jay Dennis was this we have not been perfect last night. Ado the 8 chapters by Nashka be there. Yeezy, Urpano, White Rock, Vicente, Lake Valley, Crown Point, Nunchki, and Standing Rock. Out of the Nenshini, Twitching, especially my sister, my sister, and sister. Again, that they've been appreciated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Otto Sona.
Good morning, those of you on the line, and Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee members that have been in. She also and she do now quite a net tweeted and Baha Ibas she look back and then she do it's not really we got 20 minutes a day. This one's unslum on last report. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So, Otto Kuna yat a beninkid dishni shik a should na ada. Isanoft Aigido Kunde Nkilquano Sonigi are doing that honorable colleagues and legislative services staff. I'd like to wish you all good morning and thank you for being with us today. Adonana and happy birthday to your father, Honorable Claw Nifaja and Linigi. Lido Yojo Nigo Wagon linigi e yan tago ba hinsen, do ba needs and lakun linigi. Ado e ya kushi yat eho. At that the Nito St. Michael's, Oak Springs and Pine Springs, e arjet not on in Shlobanasha. So good e ya yidini do nana yat e bene. So next, I'd like to go ahead and take it to Legislative Services staff. Mr. Tahi?
Good morning, Madam Chair, those present, those online. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kiani and Senjikene, and I'm originally from Steamboat, Arizona. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Otto, Mr. Mose.
Morning, Madam Chair, and everybody online. Chair Letterbone, Chair, Tulip since long, and I was Jane, I think that's shade, 2 months, welcome everyone. Madam Chair.
Agushi, yeah. Then I'd like to go ahead and take it to Miss April Quinn, Office of Legislative Counsel. Introduction.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable delegates, and everyone else listening in. This is April Quinn with the Office of Legislative Counsel.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to go ahead and take it to Miss Cheryl Curley with BIA.
Hi, good morning. I'd like to defer to Regional Director Mahoja first, please. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Curley, and Mr. Mahoja with BIA.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee and others in attendance. Greg Mahoja, Regional Director, BIA Navajo Region. I see that we don't have any items on the agenda for BIA today, but I did want to come in and say good morning and wish everybody best wishes and productivity today. So thank you very much. I will have to hop off here shortly. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoja, for being on the call, and again, thank you for that wish for a wonderful day. Next, I'd like to take it to Ms. Sanlatsa Jem with Legislative.
Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable RDC members. This is Sanlatsa Jem with the Office of the Speaker. Thank you for the call this morning.
Ms. Jem. Next, I'd like to take it to our colleague from the Navajo Nation in Washington office, Mr. Dwayne Crank. Introduction. *6 to unmute. Okay, like to take it down to Mr. Douglas Capitan.
Hi, good morning, members of the RDC, Legislative Council, and everyone visiting. Shea Douglas Captain,
Thank you. Next, I'd like to take it to Mr. Wilson Stewart Jr.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Deja, Aro and the Mr. Johnson, Vice Chair, Aro, the RDC members of Nothingi. Deja Doshan Nala Ashta, so I had Hasadins and Speaker. So I had this morning, Aro Shea Wilson C. Stewart Jr. and Shadow Twitson in Shle. Nanish Edutachin, a Bashichin, touching the shade up between the Shanella. Aro Office of President, Vice President, Epa Nationals for Defense Agency Representative in Shle. To go a Shanana at Dolehnana or Nihis on Dolehnana today. Madam Chair.
Ado Inda Honorable Curtis Yanito. Introduction, Shanat Ani. *6 to unmute. Okay, we'll come back around to him. So first I'd like to have Mr. Burnside introduce himself.
Good morning, Chris Burnside, I work with the Speaker's Office, Public Information Officer. It's good to be here.
Yeah, Mr. Burnside and Mr. Begay.
Morning, out there, Bennett, and here, members of RDC. 제가 Roger Brigade Chef, the pleasure of song, the 28 versus chain, the on 8 as Jacobs and not to be as another. And again, happy birthday to your father today.
Bona Ishahat, Mr. Begay. And thank you again for introductions, everyone. Going on to item 3 on the agenda, reviewing and approving the agenda. Mr. Tahi, can you please read the proposed agenda into the record?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Navigation Council's regular meeting Wednesday, June 21st, 2023, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Brenda Jesus, Chairperson, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, Vice Chairperson. Location Navajo, Twin Arrows Police and Fire Station number 81, and via telecommunication. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, and announcement. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journal, June 14th, 2023, regular meeting. 5, receiving reports. A, report from Navajo Department of Justice Chapter Unit on the 4 models of the Local Government Act, Title 26 Amendments, present to Roger Begay, Assistant Attorney General, Chapter Unit, Navajo Department of Justice. B, update report from the Navajo Division of Economic Development, Department of Support Services, exit report on the status of the Division of Economic Development, presenter Douglas W. Capitan, former Department Manager, Department of Support Services, Division of Economic Development. 6, old business, none. 7, new business, legislation number 0130-23. An action relating to Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Navigate Committee and to the Navigation Council approving $5 million from the CISA Sun Fund to Navajo EPA for the assessment and remediation and environmental damage of the former lumber processing operation at the Red Lake and Sawmill chapters, approving the related expenditure plan. Sponsor Honorable Andy Nez. B, legislation number 0131-23, an action relating to Resource and Development, approving the grant of right-of-way to the Utah Department of Transportation for the construction, operation, and maintenance of Highway SR 162 from Montezuma Creek to Aneth, located on Navajo Nation Trust lands in Aneth Chapter, San Juan County, Utah, and waiving the requirements of bonds, insurance, and alternative form of security based pursuant to Title 25 Code of Federal Regulations, Section 169-.103 F2, sponsor Honorable Curtis Unico. C, approving a work session with Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency, Department of Air and Toxic to discuss the Navajo Nation's minor source permit regulations for Thursday, July 6, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Window Rock, Arizona area. D, approving a work session with the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration to discuss the Tribal Transportation Program agreement between FWA and Navajo Division of Transportation, roles and responsibilities, and the program's components such as funding, planning, and National Environment Policy Act, construction, maintenance, etc. for Tuesday, July 11th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Window Rock, Arizona area. E, approving the Resource and Development Committee special meeting approved on June 14, 2023 to be held at Tuba City Chapter in Tuba City, Arizona for Friday, July 28, 2023 at 10 a.m. 8, to close the meeting, announcements and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. Members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion?
I will second.
Okay, motion by Honorable Simpson and second by Honorable Claw. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on the agenda that is here before us this morning? Going once, going twice. Mr. Tahi, can you take roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the agenda. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ann Johnson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, with that, motion carries and we do have an approved agenda for June 21st, 2023 Resources and Development Committee meeting. Going on to item 4 on the agenda, reviewing and approving journals for June 14th, 2023, a regular Resources and Development Committee meeting. May I get a motion on journal for June the 14th?
I will make a motion.
Honorable Claw. Otto, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Otto So. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions for June 14th journal that was emailed out by legislative staff last week? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Mr. Tahi, roll call vote, please.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call for reviewing and approving the journal for June 14th, 2023. Honorable Shauna N. Claw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna N. Claw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you. With that, motion carries on to item 5 on the agenda, receiving reports. Letter A, report from the Navajo Department of Justice Chapter Unit on the 4 models of the Local Governance Act, Title 26 Amendments. We do have presenter, Mr. Roderick Begay, Assistant Attorney General, Chapter Unit with Navajo DOJ. So at this point, give him 3 minutes, right? Mr. Begay, you do have 20 minutes, Adil, for your presentation. So starting, you ready? Starting now, sir. Go ahead. You do have the floor.
Madam Chair, members of the committee. I had emailed the PowerPoint to everyone. And there's a lot to cover, so without further ado, if you go to the first slide, it says pick one option or pick something else. And what I've created is 4 models. And it's basically just my experience working with the LGA. We work with the LGA at the chapter unit every single day. We know the issues with it. We know what the legal questions we get and where we don't have legal answers. And so these 4 models, depending on where you stand on the models, would give you a good framework to, decide which one of these models do we want to go forward with. And so, but then RDC, you're completely welcome to, pick something else. In 2010, there was an effort to amend the LGA, and that was being consistent with the AG opinion. 2010, the AG opinion said, okay, chapters, you can now exercise your fiscal file management system. You can now exercise your records management management system. And that was without a Title 26 amendment. And so, we tried to make a law to make it consistent with that, but it was never done. And yet we're still working with the 2010 AG opinion. And then there's a 2012 Local Empowerment Act that went through the 164 process, and it got legislated. Never went further than that. And that also tried to incorporate the AG opinion. Of course, there was a regionalization effort, and that was vetoed. So that was chapter reform. That was changing 110 chapters into 24 regional governments. And so the people never got to vote on that. Regionalization failed. And then in 2018, there was another effort. There's someone at the door.
Oh.
And 2018, again, another effort. And so there was a draft created, but it never went further than that. And then obviously in 2020, we were starting to meet with Office of Navajo Government Development before the pandemic hit. And at that time, Office of Navajo Government Development, they were talking about chapter reform. Whereas me, what I was talking about was trying to fix the existing Title 26. And so, you know, Office of Navajo Government Development, they have other options that we could consider. So I'm just bringing that to light, that there are other options besides these four models. If you go to the next slide, I give you a frame, a bird's eye view of what LGA looks like. It was passed in 1998, 25 years ago. And so, and in that slide, it's, you know, I do a 3-hour presentation on the history of Navajo local governance. And so in that slide, I talk about how since 1955, we've been using the same laws over and over again. And these are the resolution from advisory committee, council from 1958 all the way until 1998. And I talk about that. If you go on to the next slide, it's titled Delegations of Authority. And I talk about, you know, what was our leaders talking about in 1998. So if we weren't in 2023, if we were sitting here in 1998, what was our leadership talking about Local Governance Act? And I talk about that in that history. And the theory behind it was the Navajo Nation Council is the governing body of the Navajo Nation. They delegate authority onto the chapter. If there's no delegation, then there's no authority at the chapter level. And so these authorities are independent of the authorities of the central government. That's what the leadership was saying. And if you look at the whole legislation, you look at Exhibit G, it's talking about this theory. What is the plan for local governance? And so it talks about this. And so that's what I try to express, you know, are we really following that in 2023? You know, that's open to discussion. Committee oversight, it talks about it in Exhibit G. Chapters are not programs. They are not under the oversight of any standing committees, is what it said. But committee powers are still there. So RDC, back then it was PCDC, they approve ordinances, certain ordinances. And so those powers are still there. And so obviously those would go to RDC today, but other than that, there's really no oversight. So when you take those principles in mind, it doesn't stop there. If you look at the next slide, I'm talking about Title II, our very first law in Title II. And what does it say? Because that was amended at the same date, on the same day that the LGA was passed. It said, the Navajo Nation governments consisting of executive branch, legislative branch, and judicial branch, and political subdivisions which are not under any branch of the central government. And then what does that mean? Well, if you turn to Exhibit G again, I quote it right there. This amendment to this Section 1, it recognizes political subdivisions. Political subdivisions are chapters. It makes it clear that they're not under any specific branch. And so that's where you get that label. Okay, that's what they're talking about. That's what Navajo leadership was thinking about at that time. And so if you go on to the next slide and you think about the organizational chart, and I copied this from our Navajo Nation tribal code back in 1997. And I highlight in blue where are chapters in the organizational structure. Because in the middle, you have Navajo Nation Council. This is under the chairmanship rule. And then on your right side, there's the judiciary. On the left side, you have council committees. And then in the second category, you have chapter officials and grazing officials. And you start to piece together, okay, I think this is the reason why we say agency councils and district councils, they're under the legislative branch. You know, that's where you get some of these clues, because fast forward again to 1998. Chapters are not under any specific branch of government. But we never clarified, okay, where do agency councils go then? You know, how, because they consist of chapters. They consist of chapters and chapter officials. And so it brings some of these issues to light that, you know, that wasn't discussed. And there's no, you know, we start to begin guessing, you know, what do we have here in terms of looking at possible amendments to Title 26. Next slide, general framework. You know, obviously, the plan was chapters, you develop your own fire management system. Then it goes to Auditor General, then it goes to RDC, and then you become LGA certified. That was the general framework. But then, you know, the idea was, oh, we're gonna have 110 chapters by 2003. We're gonna have regionalization. We're gonna have LGSCs phased out. We're gonna have, you know, these regional governments take the place of LGSCs. That was all planned at the beginning, but then it didn't work out that way. When I joined DOJ in 2005 and I started working with Title 26, leadership at that time was saying, hey, DOJ, DCD, you need to streamline the process to help chapters become LGA certified. So we developed a template by management system. And so that was legislated again in 2007. And it got a council resolution, but it's so hard to amend the Title 26. If chapters don't like it, they're not gonna pass it. You know, you need 56 chapter resolutions in order to amend Title 26. That's one way. And so they tried to do it that way. That law never got 56 chapter resolutions. So the 2007 council resolution signed by the president never became law. And so that template, we revised it in 2010. And so we're trying to kind of like Lego block these things together to try to help chapters, but where's the legal basis for it? You know, we need to establish that. And then if you look at some of the things I identified, the LGA versus non-LGA certified, on that slide, when you talk about contracting, you know, if the section 103, if all the chapters want to go to section 103 and 103, it means contract chapters, you can contract all on your own without central government. You need to be LGA certified. But if there's still 65 LGA certified chapters on this side, how do we deal with that? How do we deal with those contracts? And especially in 2013, we amended the definition of MOU in Title II. So to allow chapters to enter into intra-governmental agreements between the Navajo Nation. And so that's where you start to try to fix the LGA without amending the LGA. So that's, you know, so we start doing that. You know, it's so hard, again, so hard to amend the LGA that we're trying to, you know, tackle it through other means, amending Title II. Procurement Act. In the Title 12, it says chapters, you need to follow the procurement regulations of the Navajo Nation. So you have two different procurement systems. You know, and so different chapters are working with different procurement systems. Property management, you know, they can't acquire, sell, or lease property. That's for these chapters over here that LGA certified. Well, what have we done in the past couple of years? We've given chapters, heavy equipment. We've told them, buildings, we've been telling them to put it on their annual insurance, inventory reports. And so those, again, it's inconsistent. My Nanda always says, "Do ves era," and that's what I keep seeing these things happen time and time again. If you go on to the next slide, I talk about what happened after the LGA. There's a lot of things that happened. 5 months after the LGA was passed, there was the independent grant of authority. It says, chapters need to handle fiscal. How are we going to have chapters handle money if they haven't had a fiscal policy in place? Oh, I have an idea. Let's give them an independent grant of authority so they don't have to have that in place yet. Well, if you look at the Budget and Finance Committee resolution, it says, okay, this is what we mean by independent grant of authority. We're only going to give you money on a quarterly basis. Chapters, you need to prove that you can spend your money wisely. You don't do that anymore. In 2023, we passed a comprehensive budget. The whole budget now goes to the chapters automatically. So those are some of the big changes we've done. LGSC, if we were in 1998, April, you would be supervising the chapter staff, council delegate. It says section 1001E, letter E. Chapter officials are prohibited in the management and operation of the chapter administration. That was basically put in place because they didn't want, Navajo leadership didn't want to give supervision back to chapter officials. But yet a year later in 1999, LGSC came in and said, we're going to give general administrative direction to Window Rock and then direct local supervision back to chapter officials. We never amended section 1001E. So that's another example of how we change things over here, but not on the Title 26. Public and PEP program. What is the PEP program? If chapters over here can handle personnel matters, but then you start allowing all 110 chapters to handle PEP, PEP means personnel. You start, if you look at the old TCDC PEP policies, it says chapters, you need to create the salary, the advertisements. These are all personnel matters that you're saying. What we're basically saying is, go ahead, chapter. You don't have a plan management system yet for personnel, but go ahead and do it for PEP. Same with summer youth. If you look at housing discretionary funds, if you read that policy that says chapters, you need to have records of expenditures. So, okay, so that means the chapter procures. So the chapter is procuring and they're contracting on behalf of individuals in order to spend the housing discretionary fund. And so that leads to procurement and contracting without being LGA certified. Same with sales tax. And so if you look at the AG opinion, 12 years after the LGA was passed, that's what it's identifying. We haven't amended LGA, but these are necessary chapters. We need to have you follow a fiscal policy. So we're going to put that in place. And then in 2011, District Gene Regional Council started forming. And then all of these different regional councils started forming across the reservation. And the question was, are these legislative branch entities? Because they follow the old 2001 Eastern Agency plan of operation that said it's established under the legislative branch. So that's what RDC, your predecessors, they approved that plan of operation. So Jiffy Eugene Regional Council was approved by the former RDC. So, and what they wanted to do in their plan of operation is contract with one another. Contract with all of the member chapters so that they can regionalize and benefit off of Pinion chapter, which was at that time the only LGA certified chapter at that time. So all of these other non-LGA, they would benefit and they would work together. But what's the problem there? In Title 26, Section 103, it says only LGA certified chapters can contract with one another. If you want to do that, you have to be LGA certified. So again, how do you reconcile that? And then we had decentralization, LGSC to ASC, we have administrative service centers now. And that was a whole, we're not satisfied with LGSC. We want to change the framework. So we're talking about transparency, fixing chapters. We're going to focus on that. We're not going to do all the things that LGSC used to do. We're only going to focus on this. But if you look at ASC today, they are looking like the old LGSC. So, you know, how do we deal with that? The unhealthy beverage tax, if you look at that, it expands the capabilities of chapters to procure, to contract. And so these are non-LG certified chapters. So if you're allowing all these contracts to go through the 164 review process, and some chapters not even doing that, they're just contracting on their own. And then we learn after the fact, hey, chapters, I guess my time's up, but I haven't even gotten, if I could please have some few minutes.
Okay. Mr. Begay, members of Resources and Development Committee, Mr. Begay did mention that he still needs some time. So with that, do we go ahead and grant him approval for, how many more minutes would you say you need?
10 more.
10 more minutes? Amigo, yeah. Agwashi. So with that, we're going to go ahead and allot an additional 10 minutes, Mr. Begay, so you can go ahead and continue with your presentation.
Yeah, and so I'm going to skip some of these slides because I just want to paint a picture. You know, we're authorizing chapters to do things without a file management system in place, and that's the theme. So when we come to DOJ, they say DOJ, can a chapter do this? And then the legal question is, the legal answer should be no. They're not LGA certified, but we have a policy over here that says, that implies that they can contract, they can procure, they can engage in personnel, you know, and so forth. So they are, all the 110 chapters today are exercising the full file management system to a certain extent. Yet we say at Window Rock, hey, chapters, you're not supposed to do that. So it's inconsistent. So how do we deal with this? And that's what I've been doing over the past few years, is with just my experience and trying to reconcile all of these differences, came up with 4 models. So the option 1, what if we just certified everybody? Everybody is just practicing the file management system anyway. And you know, all the chapters are delegated the section 103 powers, because that's what only LGA certified chapters can do all the way here. But yet, we have all these policies that we try to treat these chapters differently. What if we just certify all of them? What about supervision? One of the things that's so big we deal with on a constant basis, how do we deal with supervision? And so I put a slide in here that talks about how Navajo leadership has dealt with supervision since 1979, all the way to present. From 79, you had the chapter president that was the supervisor, and then all of a sudden, it became the council delegates. Council delegates were supervisors of the CSC. And then it went back to the LGSC, but then there was direct local supervision by chapter officials again. And then, like late last year, at the last week of December, RDC passed a resolution to modify the ASC plan of operation to say that the ASC is the primary supervisor for the CSC. If you're LGA certified, you have your own system, but for the CSDs, it has to be the ASD. And why did we do that? Because we were dealing with all of these personnel matters, these infighting, and how, you know, it was just an idea of how do we educate our chapter officials to deal with personnel. And so that's why we had here at Twin Arrows, the training for all the chapter officials for non-LGA certified chapters to say, in order to become a supervisor, here's a training on supervision. This is how you can regain supervision. So, because when we get a case at DOJ, a lot of times the case is flawed. We have to enter into a settlement because the case is flawed in some way because we didn't follow our own rules. We didn't give them, whatever the case may be, the disciplinary notice was written incorrectly. Or, you know, we didn't have sufficient just cause. It didn't go through the DOJ review. There's no mandatory DOJ review. There's no law, there's no policy that says that. And so if chapters are going through this and they don't know how to handle personnel matters, and they're not reviewing their personnel policy, especially the Navajo Nation policy for CSDs, then, you know, that's where the issues come. And so how, you know, so we've looked at all different ways to deal with supervision. So there's a slide in that. And I have another slide on personnel, which I'll skip over. Well, I'll just move on to the pros and cons of option number one. A pro, I think, is that all chapters are already exercising the 5 management system. They're already doing it. So, you know, we'll just recognize it. And then a lot of people, you know, when DOJ writes a memo or DCD writes a memo, and then we say, this portion is for LGA, this is for non-LGA. You know, some don't like that, you know, we should all treat them the same, you know, and I hear Delegate Daniel's voice and Bella Otto saying that same thing, you know, why don't treat them differently? And it's like, well, we have to, because the law says we have to treat them differently. Well, that would solve all of that if we just put them all as LGA. The cons to that is some chapters still have corrective action plans. Even LGA certified chapters have caps. So they're demonstrating that some that can't follow their own 5 management system. And so how do we deal with those scenarios? Chapter official without supervisory experience, I talked about that a little already. They violate the personnel management system. There's a fine line between supervision and micromanagement. And so, you know, chapter officials dance in and out of that. And so that's another con, that if you give supervision to chapter official and you say that in the law, then, you know, we have a history of that. We know what the history is. Option 2, if we still keep non-LGA certified, there are 65 non-LGA certified chapters. If we keep that system, what if we give them a little bit of authority? So just take a little bit from here, like enter into contracts for the values less than 50,000. If a chapter you want to contract for $1 million, you need to be LGA certified. But we give them small authorities like that. Contracting with other chapters. That's a MOU, or it's not even an MOU under the title now, and so we're already allowing it, so we just allow it under the law. That would be another good amendment. If they want to regionalize, and they'll be fine, let them do it, because they're, you know, that's what they want. What do we need to do in order to do that? We need to update the file management system. Right now, chapters have the 2010 version.
Mhm.
It's 2023. Nobody's handling payments with paper checks, you know. We need these credit card policies, debit card policies in place. Those electronic payment systems, you know, we need to somehow massage that into and bring it up to date. Fiscal, we're talking about personnel updating. And so what I've done in the past few years is I've updated personnel and I've updated fiscal. I want to incorporate a kind of like a P-card system to show accountability and make that express. So those are the two that I've completed. The other three management systems, I'm still trying to find time to update. And then under option 2, supervision would still be by the chapter official. And so under this model, the 45 that are LGA certified, they don't change anything. They, you know, they can still operate under their current file management system. So the pros and cons, the pro I see here, it authorizes everything we've done since 1998 with independent grant authority all the way till now. And so it makes sense of it. And then the cons is the same cons as option number 1. All right, moving on to the option number 3. Okay, so option number 3 is like option number 1. We certify all of them. There'll be 110 certified chapters. But here, the difference is chapter officials don't supervise. Here, the chapter managers are appointed by the chapter president, but serve at the pleasure of the community. You know, that is an idea. It's not new. It's not new. If you look at the AFOGs, alternative form of governance, you have the chapter council, president for government, commission manager, council of and that's the same executive. All 3 of those models have an appointment procedure. And they are kind of like an at will, that means they're appointees. You know, they have that system already, so I'm not trying to make something completely brand new, but it's something we haven't explored. Because again, if I go back to the other slide, there's this history from 1979 all the way to now. We've dealt with supervision in multiple different ways, and so the AFOG structure, it supports that model. The pros is the same. Again, pros are same as option 1. It just, everybody's treated the same. Appointments are not anything new, similar to AFOGs. The cons, again, same cons as certifying everyone. You know, some chapters still have caps. How would we deal with that? And then the other con is there's no guarantee that supervision by the public will work. I'm not saying it's it's the ace in the hole. I'm just saying that that's one system we haven't explored as a government. You know, how do chapters deal with their executive part of the chapter? The last option is option 4, and this is a combination of 1 and 3, or 2 and 3, where you have 65, still non-government certified, you give them a little bit of contract power. But the difference here from option 2 is that here, like option 3, chapter officials don't supervise. The ASC still supervises the CSC. They can delegate authority, just the same system that we have today. And then for LGA certified, their managers can be appointed and can be removed by chapter resolution. So I have a summary slide of the basic frameworks of those. And then I talk about other possible amendments. What do we do with speed certification? Because in 1955, 86 chapters didn't have to have 1,000 people. But in 3 years later is when we said, oh, you gotta have 1,000 people. But we never decertified chapters with less than 1,000 people. How do we, do we have a decertification process? We need to talk about that. Decertification of LGA certification. It says it in the TCDC resolution, but there's no, this is how you decertify an LGA certified chapter. How, we got to talk about that amendment. Eliminating the GIATIC committee approval for grants. I've never seen a chapter go through the NABI committee for a federal grant, and yet you see all of these chapters that having a DUNS number, they're entering into, they don't go through NABI, So is DOJ going to step in and say, oh, that agreement's no good? Do you think the federal government is going to say, oh, yes, Robbie Gay said it's no good, it's, no, they're not gonna listen to me, it's a valid binding agreement. So nobody's following this law. Did we take it out? I think so, but that's up for discussion. What is separation of powers and checks and balances at the chapter level? What does that mean? Because that's the policy. That's one of the first laws, section 1B1 of the Title 26. This act will be operated under separation of powers and checks and balances. There's an executive side and a legislative side at the chapter level. Okay, so what if these guys are bumping heads? How do we deal with that? Do we go back to the Shirley V. Morgan principles to try to figure those things out? Or do we clarify all of that? My vote, let's clarify it.
Yeah.
And then there's 2 different ordinance procedures and 1 law. And so that needs to be clarified, in my opinion. There's always some confusion about when it goes to the ballot, when it doesn't. Is there a registered, is ordinances based on registered voter, majority of registered voters, or a super majority? All of these different questions. Flexes, where did they fit in there? I think they're standing committee with the chapter, but then you have, there's really nothing written. So you have a row of Flexes thinking they are separate and distinct. And so if we could clarify that they are standing committees, they are recommended committees, just like RDC is to council, that could clarify them, or delegate, express in a delegation. Chapters can delegate this authority to the CLUPC or something. And then again, clarifying agency council, district council, regional councils, where do they fit? One of the things that gives me a constant headache is Rama, Alamo, Hodge Lake. They have different. They have different land statuses. They have 638 contract authority. And yet we have an LGA that don't fit their model. Rama has a sophisticated contract and grants 638 system. If you look at Tahaja Lake, I'd say over 90% of the land mass is under CDN lands. There's only, I think, roughly 900 acres that are actually now Nation Trust land. So, you know, they're approving their own business site leases, their own home site leases. That it doesn't fit into the LGA mold. Yet, we're trying to MacGyver the LGA onto Raymond Alamo Coheta. We need to clarify that. Same with Natatuxia, you know, they have different land status, and so they have, in their federal, I guess these federal laws and that have been passed under the Navajo laws and agreements, they have different land statuses and different authorities. And so, you know, trying to make legal sense of everything. If we could just, you know, just have a huge work section to get all of these big thoughts and things together, and we can talk about it and put it into a more sophisticated Title 26.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm proposing. If you want to go with regionalization or you want to go with somebody else, that's fine with me too. I'm okay with it. It won't hurt my feelings. I'm just saying we need to do something. You know, I'm offering on the table 4 models. And so that's my report, Madam Chair and members, honorable members of the RDC and those on the call and, you know, our guests here.
Mr. Begay, for your presentation, Ado, in regards to the LGA amendments that has been brought about. So at this point, let me request for a motion to accept the report from Mr. Begay.
I make a motion.
Honorable Claw, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Simpson. So at this point, I just like 2 of our honorable colleagues from the 25th Navajo Nation Council to introduce themselves. Aloshanat Ani Miss Helena. I usually go to the lady first, so, okay, go ahead.
Good morning, ADC members and Australia, Mormon and beginning ship, actually, I'm not sure. Things on the agenda on Title 26 a year and a current this season, so. Thank you, I think I need to get involved with you guys on RDC, because like I keep saying that the 3 satellites don't gel with the Navajo Nation, you know? We're different kind of birds, even the 3 satellites, they're just different birds, yeah. Tortuga has their own thing, Elmo has their own thing, Rim has their own thing. So a lot of times, like, you know, it's, you know, they don't get, Navajo Nation doesn't say, what are we doing with the 3 satellites? What are we doing for them? What are we, you know, our road contracts, yeah, and you know, we hardly, most of the counties, they have a town and she, so, you know, I got some questions to ask this. We gave you a while, if you guys give me the time. Thank you.
Honorable Begay Ado Shama, Miss Helena.
Yeah, it's Delegate Helena Nez Begay for the cheating, this is kind of a cheating. Now, kind of a cheat on my state of Kabaha, and I represent Analia Kaivito, the Chi Copper Mine, and by the way, Gap, the big Hassan. So thank you for your presentation, and then our 25th Council, RC, RDC members, for your legislative advisor here.
Honorable Nez Begay. Ado Mr. Roderick Begay for your presentation. So members of Resources and Development Committee, Mr. Begay did share a PowerPoint presentation in regards to 4 different models based off of his historical work with the chapters over the several years, and trying to find a solution at times of what issues chapters are faced with at the local level, whether they're certified or non-certified chapters. And again, I don't know if any of the members of Resources and Development Committee have any questions for Mr. Begay.
I know, I'm like waiting for him. He always starts off.
Otto, Shinatani, Honorable Otto, so you have the floor.
So. We know that we have I look at the chapters as a hybrid, and then you have the elite, and then you have the non-elite. The hybrid is the chapters that have the commission or at the alternative form of government level. Then you have the A certified chapters. Then you have the non-certified chapters, and each of them have different authorities, and they can't do what other of the two can do. But overall, to go back to the, and I know a lot of this is pretty much has been researched out and brought up, but so then later been ish what was their mechanism? Because you look at the mechanism, and are they in their scope of work, what they're supposed to be doing? I see chapters wanting to do work that they can't do by law. We have chapters that pretty much undermine the whole Navajo Nation indirectly. And it goes back to the issue of under the three-branch government, there's no place for them. The legislative branch, nor the executive branch, or the judicial branch. It's not their oversight. But a standing committee has some oversight authorities on the chapter. And and that mechanism to try to fix, to identify what branch they really fall under. Because like you look at agency council, and I was just on my agency council, and I just said, I mean, on my mind, is it really effective? What's the agency council's duties and responsibilities? Because when you look at it, there's no responsibilities. I don't know they recommend either. For instance, as a maybe we should start looking at giving them, the agency councils are wanting to stay there. Why don't we give the agency council the authority to determine which roads in their agency will be paved? You know, instead of how the current system is, where you have the oversight that and NDOT working together with administration to approve that. But if you give it back to them at the local level to say which road, you know, that type. But there's no and is it really, what is it accomplishing? Because when you look at council, you'll see resolutions attached to some legislations here and there. But that mechanism, though, or is it this this particular legislation, 100-130-23, let's put on their name. I'm not putting on your to be, you know, like D-Day Ashon. There's supporting resolutions in here. You know that a cotton Nazi state, but you'll have legislations that don't have that. And you wonder, things you know, even with the agency council, you know, and I think, to allow, you know, how could we try to get more of the chapters to be part of the decision making? And that way leadership could be a part of, could be able to look at that as they cast their vote. Because I always say this, when time comes to the council floor, I have 5 minutes for my community in Chiba City. And then the delegates that have multiple chapters, for instance, like the delegates that have 5 chapters, I say, you have 1 minute for each of your community. And if it's something about amending Title 26, each of the community of your chapters is different. I think we really need to find something and somehow to try to find a solution. I know that just moving forward and certifying them all is not a you know, it's good in a way, but it may not be good. And the reason why I say that is and those are just that's just my concerns on my thought of it. Then the other issue is, you know, the requirement to have 1,000 people to be within to allow the chapter to be established. You have chapters that follow that. And you have chapters that don't follow. What happens to them? Do we say that and it goes back to that decertification, that TDC legislation, that resolution. Do you decertify a chapter, or what happens if a chapter does not have that 1,000 population threshold? Is it fair to the community that chapter that has 1,000 members? And the population could be a chin away in the second, the adults, young adults, and then you have adults, and then you have the elders, you know, that component. And I would say that, is it fair to have that equal footing? And then what happens? Do we look at, you know, withholding funds on them? Because that burden, is it the Navajo Nation's burden to say that a chapter only has, for instance, I'm gonna pick on my chapter, Tuba City. Let's say my Tuba City population gets down to 250. And a chapter in against Chinle. Chinle has 5,000 people. It wouldn't be fair for me to ask for that same amount, to say that same equal footing as Chinle, because Chinle would have that 5,000 people, a badge in the hunt. But today, we all go to Washington leadership. And I always say this, we're the largest tribe, we are the largest tribe in the United States, we want our fair share, no. But when we enter the boundaries of the Navajo Nation, that type of advocacy goes down the drain because we each come from communities that have population disparities. Numbers aren't equal, and we still want that equal footing. One of my former delegates on the 24th council, Washington, we're the largest tribe in you want equal footing. Is it equal to my chapter, to your chapter, to have that equal footing on funding? Allocations? And I don't want to say anything about me. I said, now I'm the largest tribe, and this is how these other tribes view us. They want equal footing. So what you practice and what you preach in Washington, you should be preaching that same thing back here on the Navajo Nation. Because you have the 280 tribes, you have the tribes that went under the Indian Reorganization. Washington holds a lot of that comes down to that, and you know, and it comes to the funding source of the 50-50 formula. You know, when legislation comes forth, I do support 50-50 formulas because that's pretty much the law of the land. In Title 26, the way it is right now is the law of the land. But how do we come back to try to fix this? And I think that maybe a referendum is something that if the chapters aren't willing to come to the table to fix these things internally, and they can fix it with 56 chapter resolution. So Title 26 is that the I mean, that's just me, and you know, they could do it themselves. This is molded like this, but they won't. I haven't. My 9 years in council, I haven't seen any chapter resolution saying let's change Title 26 like this. The last time that I seen a proposed amendment to change Title 26 was the regionalization. And that was to just do away with the chapters, and that's when I said no. My position changed. We do need the chapters, but we need to do it correctly so that you know, it could be done fairly. When you look at council would reduce based off of the reduction of council, off of a petition. Based on all due to the discretionaries. People were mad. They just went in there. We're going to reduce you, reducing him. Now, the people have not looked at the chapter. Why can't we give a petition to the Navajo people or a referendum to say, Ishan, just reduce the chapters? And maybe see what would happen. Because you look at today, Basil, we know that the chapter funding comes from the trust fund. And when it's divvied up, it's not enough. We still have to tap into the UFB to fund the offsets. Stipends not happening. And you know, maybe that's something that we should give to them. Other than that, the chapters would not want to, you know, if the chapters was willingly working together and say, let's do this Title 26 to check out these needs. And, you know, I think it'd be a lot easier, but if they're not doing anything, we just have to push a referendum or do a petition to try to get it to be changed, because Title 26 really way Title 26 is passed, really loved and gave a lot of, original, no, but, yeah. Oh, that would be nice. But, I'm not saying I don't like that, I'm just saying that we have to do something to make sure that the active are very effective in providing that direct service with, Navajo people. So that's my long-winded, thinking.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Otto So for bringing up a lot of great points in regards to the current operation of non-certified and certified chapters under Title 26. I'd like to go ahead and have one more member go ahead and pose any questions that they might have. And then we'll give it back to Mr. Brigade for responses. If not, I want to give it to our colleagues. Okay, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then RC, colleagues, good morning. Our staff, Skate, Dawson, and representation, it was good information. Yeah, I will name off my other, Madam Chair, it goes back to consultation. And it goes back to what do the people want, what do the chapters want? And when something comes from the federal government or now nation government and not consulting with the communities or local level, the grassroots people, that makes for people not to support what's being proposed. That's something that we go through every day, consultation and from the federal government, from the state government, even from our nation to the chapters, nation to the local people. And the purpose of the local governments was for chapters to become self-sufficient, self-determination object. And some chapters are very fortunate, they have a good tax base. Kind of brother, chapter to the city, Shabbat. They can come self-sufficient, they can come where they'll be have a strong self-determination government because of the tax base that they have. And some of the chapters that are LJ certified don't have a tax base. And they still come to the nation government for more assistance. And I'll give you a prime example, White Rock chapter I represent, but there's only a little bit over 250 registered voters. And we can talk about audits, we can talk misuse of funds. We still have LG certified chapters that just means that misuse funds. And non-LG certified chapters. And go back to the consultation, as my brother stated, Mr. Gay, the ASC kind of operation was amended that back in December 22. No consultation to the chapters that this was going to be amended. No consultation on the supervision. That's why there's an outcry on the plan of operation that was amended back in December 22. That's why the chapters wanted to send that legislation, because they want to have input on anything that came through chapters. And I support that. So again, no consultation, then definitely a chapter and community members will have an outcry. If I was a community member or a chapter official, and these type of options are being to amend the local government's act in the system of Navajo Nation and not consulted with me as a chapter official or a community, I'll definitely say something. So again, I speak for the people here, what I hear out there. Don't get me wrong, I think LG's Title 26 needs to be amended. I support that. How it's going to be amended, how we can go about it. I think it definitely needs to go back to the local level and get inputs from the chapter official and community members. And that's the same thing with the three branch government. It's a temporary government. if the people are involved to come up with the government they like for the nomination, the people needs to be involved and now people needs to select their own type of government. Same with this Title 26. Yeah, it gives for option. I like, and I'm gonna be up front. I'm always up front. I like option 1 and 2. But I can't say that for the people, because until this goes back to the people and which option they like or other options, you know, then I will support that. But for myself, I like option 1 or 2. And it's just something that I think that LG certified chapters, like I said, they must be certified. They're the same situation. Some have misused money, funds. And we always bring up that 110 chapters misuse fund. Only a handful had misuse fund. We always say all 110 chapters, all 110 chapters put out, the chapters put out there. We tend to say they all misuse funds. And it goes back to the audit. The only clean audit I always see that I've been here is with NAPI. NAPI always gives a clean audit since I was on the board. But all chapters, all certain entities, they have audit findings. And it goes back to, you know, when you have audit findings, it's good to have an audit. You know, it helps you correct where you're making, where your needs to be corrected. So going back to Shinata Kojana, you know, again, just to make it short, consultation with our Navajo people on what option they want or other options. That would be the best way to, you know, have the chapters and community members support what they want in amendments to Title 26. Kashnat, I actually, the 1,000 registered voters threshold, I support that. And the reason why I support that is that if you don't have 1,000 threshold, you don't meet that. You know, we're looking at revenues. Revenues declining for the Navajo Nation. And yesterday we were told 2031, Four Corners Power Plant will be shutting down. That's $30–40 million lost revenues for the nation. So that's we don't know if Intech's going to stay open. If Four Corners closes, we don't know. I mean, not Intech, but the Navajo mine is going to stay open. We don't know that. If that shut down, that's another revenue that we lose again. 20–25 million. So you're looking at about $60 million. So if that's the law, that should be considered how we address that. I'm not sure why a lot of these chapters were established even with a small amount of registered voters. So I think we need to look at that, like my brother said, Mr. So here. Okay. Supervision at the local level. I mean, that's just the biggest thing. You're not my supervisor. You don't tell me what to do. Down to AM accounts maintenance specialist telling the chapter officials, you're not my boss. You don't tell me what the only CSC tells them what to do. Then the CSC has a problem with the account management. They go to the ASC. I had a problem with my boss, so then the ASC takes charge of the AMS now. So that supervision is really a critical thing that we need to address. Our separation of power, I'm not sure how some local, some chapter administration interpret LGC. Some work with the chapter officials very well, some don't. They want you to let chapter officials into the office. This, you're not allowed to be here to hit it now. There's internal fighting going on. That needs to be clarified. So the reason why is I worked prior to becoming delegate. I worked, I think it was 8 years at CSC. Then after I got out of council, I worked 6 more years. So I see the problems within the chapters. And I have a lot of knowledge in that I see. And going back to money being channeled down to the chapters with not chapters being certified, I'm the one that pushed it when it came to council. And the reason being is because our bills were not being paid on time. when we submitted RDP, our utilities weren't paid until 4 or 5 months later. So that was the purpose. How do we get things done now? Look at what we're facing today. Same thing we're facing with ARP funds. We're facing the same thing. Some way, if these money were channeled to the chapters, I'll guarantee you half the projects, half the money would have been expended. Get these power lines up, get these wire lines up. But we're still going through the whole process, trying to get these things, money expended. And we said we don't have enough staff up there. We got 2 staff per chapter. We got 220 staff sitting there waiting to start the project. And there could have been a system put in place to channel this money to the chapter, even though they're not certified, they're not LG certified. There could have been some type of system put in place to have these chapters expedite the projects at the local level. And it's just something that I'm talking about, going back to releasing all the money to the chapters when I first became a delegate. And to the state, I come back. And I think we really need to do somehow we can help the chapters expend this money. Do we channel it to the chapters again? But follow certain protocols that RDC can come up with budget and finance and DOJ. So these projects can get started. And I'll give you a prime example. What's so hard? Hey, Miss Boundary call saying that we'll go ahead and give you the estimate cost of 25 people. They start their pre-construction activities. They will have their own company. Then they invoice this. The child writes out a check to this. I'm using ARP funds as an example. Writes out a check for that invoice that was submitted by Haven Spectrum Co-op. Boom, it's done. It's paid. Now construction. They put it in construction. We do the inspection. 25 people are served. They have electricity. This is the invoice we paid. Done within 6 months. This day we haven't done nothing yet. Put these power lines up. Going back to ETA, just to work with them, just get a sub-grant agreement available, approved to DOJ, NTA. Took almost 8 or 9 months to get approved. Now we have to work with NTA, how they're gonna pay our invoices for our power line, wire line project. Those are things I'm talking about. Those are things I'm talking about, why we need to really support self-determined chapters. But in order to do that, chapter officials and community members need to be consulted with which option they want or other options. Eventually, that'll be my recommendation. I think it's just going back to the people what they want. And I think they'll buy in. I mean, they'll definitely have their buy-in for what option is. And again, Madam Chair, I do support being in my Title 26. There's work need to be done. And again, when Title 26 was established, there was no consultation to the Navajo Oil community members. That's where this problem here today. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC CAC.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson, for raising some additional concerns. So with that, Mr. Brigade, I'd like to go ahead and give the floor back over to you to make response to questions or maybe even recommendation that was made by both Honorable Otto Soto, Honorable Danny Simpson. So you do have the floor.
Thank you. Chair, members of the committee and again. Start with, so I agree with a lot of your comments, especially just for your information. I did this similar presentation back in January 2022 to the former RDC. I've done this presentation to chapters, to Office Commission on Navajo Government Development, different districts where different districts, AFC invites chapter staff and officials. And so one of the things that we talk about is, agency councils. Where do they fit in everything? And so when I brought this to the attention of Office of Legislative Counsel, you probably remember that Mariana Khan requested for a work session regarding it. And so I'm assuming that's, planned down the line for RDC. So maybe we could have a more full discussion on where do agency councils fit? Because they're not mentioned in titles 1 through 26. You know, they are these are creations that go back several decades. But I don't have any historical information about when was the first agency council. When, you know, what were their authorities and, you know, the documentation I have just goes back as far as 2001 with the Eastern Agency Council plan of operation in documents. But when you see all of these historical information, it talks about agency council and it references them. You see the resolutions and past council resolutions. But you know, where do they fit in the dynamic of things? And so I feel like you know, I agree with Ms. Khan that we should have a more thorough discussion on how do we incorporate them if we're going to keep them, or how do we define them into the existing system? And so you know, because you're right.
Madam Chair.
Honorable Simpson.
Madam Chair, Mr. Gay, I apologize for my interruption here. I apologize for that, but I think I just totally forgot about this work session we're talking about in reference to this amendment to Title 26. I think Mrs. Khan's recommendation along with Mr. Gay, I think this is what we're going to be hearing the same thing again, and we'll be asking the same thing again at the work session. So kind of give an idea of what we'll be expecting in a work session. So Madam Chair, this work session is going to take a long time. And it's going to probably all day or 2 days. And this is where I'd like to definitely invite some of my chapter officials. And I think my colleagues here and my colleagues are here, will definitely invite their chapter officials too. So Madam Chair, I know Ms. Gay, we did ask a question from Mr. Oso and myself. I think this thing can be, Mr. Gay can just bring those answers at our work session. And we know we're going to hear the same thing again. So Madam Chair, I'd like to go ahead and call for a question accepting Mr. Gay's report, but at the same time, Mr. Gay can answer our questions at the work session that's going to be forthcoming. So Carrillo, if not now we can know what we'll be expecting at our work session, and we can bring our chapter officials to listen on this work. So I think it's very important that we involve the chapter officials. So should I go? So I just apologize. But I think you'll give way more information on our work session, all that stuff. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to call for a question and take said Mr. Gay report. And basically, it's one day each for our chapter officials. Madam Chair, so that's going to on the work session in 2 days because I think this is very important that we start talking about amending the Title 26. Madam Chair, thank you.
Honorable Danny Simpson for clarification on ceasing the response to questions that honorable delegates had posed. So right now, I know that we do have other honorable colleagues in attendance here. So right at this time, I know that I'd like to hear what questions Honorable Claw has and also Kodon Hinatani though. You know, just to allow respect and that opportunity to Mr. Honorable Norman Begay as well. So if they can go ahead and just pose their questions quickly so that you can just know what would be forthcoming to that 2-day work session that we're going to hold. So I'd like to go ahead and allow some time to Honorable Claw.
Okay, Joyat Enana Ada Poshana, long for your words and your update and all the work you've done. Always referred to as a champion of LGA and also for our chapter units. Some of the questions I have is in regards to the loss of revenue that the Navajo Nation will be faced with. And so, as you know, some of the things that I have been trying to address is how do we allow for our chapters to be more self-sustaining in the way where they can create revenue. And one of the alternatives is, as we heard earlier, tax. So we do know there's a sales tax ordinance But then again, like I'll take, I always pick on Otto, so he knows. His chapter has sales tax, but yet they still get money from general funds. So, you know, when they become able to wean themselves off from general funds, I think those are some of the changes that we need to do, is that they get cut off from the general funds and they run solely on their sales tax. And whether that be a deterrent for other LGA or AFOG to say, oh no, if we do sales tax, we might get cut off here. But that's the risk that every chapter runs. You know, we're trying to get them to be more self-sustaining. But those are some of the changes that I would like to see, so that we don't create double dipping, and to where we create accountability for all of our chapters. And then just the concerns that were already shared with the decertification. What steps do we move forward with? I think that you have been very instrumental in creating policies, and I would like to see one in place for decertification of chapters. And I think that, you know, if they know there are going to be repercussions like in the future, you know, that creates hesitancy for chapters to go under caps. So then they're less likely, because, oh shoot, I'm going to be decertified, and they really mean it because here's a flow chart or here's a process. So I think that as Navajo people, Diné people, they always say they're more visual, and if they saw a flow chart of how they're going to be decertified, you know, that hinders them, and they think 2 times before they get themselves into that type of a situation. The other thing that I agree with is with our elected officials. This morning, as I was thinking about it, you know, there really are no elected officials, they say, have no bosses. And for me, that becomes an issue for our elected officials, as well as like delegates themselves too. And so how do we begin to create codes of conduct for some of these elected positions? And I know that has to go into the inner workings of our, you know, our codes as well. So those are some of my concerns as well. And then also thinking about the 5 management system, and thinking about chapters when they come and they say, oh, we're LGA certified, but then they're not following that system that's in place. And I'll take Chinle chapter as an example. So during just recently under legislation 019-23, we had the flooding that happened. Now, all chapters, it says as a requirement is that they have to have an emergency plan in place. And so every year we come back and we have chapters asking for money for emergency funding, but yet there's no plan in place for these chapters. So how do we go back into that to do the enforcement portion, so that, you know, these chapters, when they experience the same effects, we all know that we have climate change, and we know there's going to be even more things that are coming down the line. We saw with the winter, the snow melts and everything. Those are things that we can expect every year, but yet we're continually sitting there and holding our hands out for help when we should be drafting a plan in place. So those are some of the things that I think I would like to see as changes for our chapters. And then also thinking about the positions too, you know, moving the elected positions. So like I'll take my chapter again, Chinle chapter, when I vacated the vice president position, to date, we still have not had anybody fill that. And is it even crucial anymore? So those are some of the things, like I think about cost savings. Maybe if you do eliminate maybe those elected positions and move towards a different way of conducting chapter checks and balances. We're saying checks and balances. Maybe those are some of the options that we need to look at. And then also, I do agree with Shannon, Mr. Simpson here, when he's talking about consultation. But we all know, we're all familiar with when we go back to the chapters, they want cake and the icing and the ice cream and the bag of chips. And well, at the kid, they start wanting more and more and more. But we as leaders, you know, sometimes we have to make that tough decision of, okay, this is the choice I'm gonna make, not for my chapter, but for the whole Navajo Nation, you know, and maybe that's gonna be the point where we say, well, this chapter, I'm sorry, you only have 110 registered voters, so we're gonna decertify you. Or maybe even like for, you know, your chapter that you're representing, those are some of the tough choices you're gonna have to make. And it all goes back down to how our Navajo Nation now is losing the revenue and what is really feasible. Like we said, we do have the funding, but we're continually looking at like CHISN or UUFB. And so those are some of the concerns that I have. And then as I looked at your options here, you know, and Shana said, oh, I like option 1 and 2. Well, for me, I like, you know, the option where there's an appointment of the CSC and the chapter manager. And I just feel very strongly about that because, you know, if they know that they're going to be accountable and there's transparency and the people, we say this is the government of the people, will give people the opportunity to say, hey, you know, I do validate the work of this person, or no, I don't. I think we can do better. I think that for so long, we have these indiscrepancies of like, even pay. I know certain chapter managers, there's some that make like 30,000, and then there's some that are like in the 90s. So we do need to take a look at overall all of those issues. And those are just some of the bare bone things that I want to just mention as far as the update on the Title 26. And, you know, and just the work that you showed here today, Shana, it shows that you have provided people options and you have been thinking. And I can just imagine you like even sitting at home, not even enjoying your evening, but how do I get this going? And I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of our Navajo people for all the work that you do. And I just want to end with that, Madam Chair, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. And I'll go ahead and take Mr. Honorable Normie Begay, your question, Shinatani.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you again, Chair. Well, you see, members, talking about the touchy issue here, Title 26, and if you think about it, you know, this was the BIA. We were first established on the reservation, you know, 19, whatever, 32, 28, whatever, and it's still going, it would work then, but less people got. There wasn't that many people when it started. Someone said, hey, do this, it's how you're gonna do it. Write your chapter, so they ran it, and that time it worked without a CSC or AMS. And to this day, we've overgrown that, the 3 officials here. As you know, everybody's changing their ways. Yeah. We went to a 3-branch government. Right now, you know, I don't agree with the way the Navajo Nation has a 3-branch government because it's not. Never not. I go from the heart. What if we look at Navajo way of doing things? But you know, like this work session in India, I think it's probably more important when we talk about it. Like in my area, yeah, the 3 satellites. I like to meet with maybe each council delegates needs to go back like the Willa China, go back into the hole and talk with their people, your chapters, all in that in each area. Like I had 3, so I need to sit down with my 3 areas and ask them point blank, what are we going to do here? How do we change our government? It's not working now. like right now, you think about 1,500, I keep saying that. Let's take our chapter official from each chapter and make them our LPA. They're already getting 500, that they get 1,500 a month. Add a little more chunk change to them, and they would make. They would advocate, get some work out of them to help us council delegates to move the system better, yeah. And maybe even eliminate the vice president. Yeah. That was where that money would go to the LDA as a chapter president. And that would make up we wouldn't have to put any more money into it. How about the AMS, the CSA, I mean, AMS, it's two different, the chapter official, it's like left and the right arm, yeah. They don't work together. So one's under Title 26 and AMS is under what, Title 2? See, there's, because you guys keep bringing it up. You're not my boss at Ningia. I have a problem, maybe we need to use that CSC as a secretary too. If you look at these chapters, they can take what's 4 hours of or 5 hours of meeting. Some chapters only have a 1 hour meeting. Yeah. They're planning meetings like 30 minutes, some of them. Okay, then I'm not picking on nobody. All these three delegates that have one chapter, yeah, they need to be, like I was looking at Chin Lee, they need to take mini farms, yeah, around that area. I mean, so what? The problem I see here is that not all 5,000 is going to show up your chapter meeting. You barely make quorum. I have a problem in Raymond. They're my biggest voter, yeah. We sit there. Okay, where's the 25th one coming in? Everybody starts texting, come on over to the meeting, So even in Shipra, they have problems making the quorum, yeah. So even Nashichun quorum. If we all sit down and go back and talk with our people, how do we make this government change? I think that'll probably be a good start. Because everybody's changing. That foundation is still going on BIA, what was recommended back in the day, in the 29s or 30s, I don't know when it was introduced, So got BIA, they're on the outside looking in at the chapter, yeah. You see BIA closely from the So these are some of the things I think we need to do. And then another thing we need to really look at is the commissioner. Let's make the one commissioner for each chapter that controls the chapter. They'll make the decision. Who he needs to work with. So these are appointed positions that we're looking at for 4 years with the commissioner, right? So that commissioner makes all his staff who he wants to work with. But then you're looking at the bad side, you never give a Navajo anything because he'll bring all the crooks in here. That's another problem too. So, hey, I thought I'd just give you guys but I'd like to get involved in this Title 26 when you guys have your work session or take it to Navi and, let's see what best thing to do is probably get a big board, give everybody stickers. Maybe just say, okay, write down on a sticker, this is my work, just have find a facilitator that will run the meeting for us. Put this here, maybe this will work, start working something. As the 25th council, we need to start doing something like that, work at the board or something. Maybe we'll come up with something. Maybe the chapter will come up with, when we bring get input from the chapter official, be like, oh, yeah, So I think we're going the right way, but we need to change the system somehow, make it more efficient and productive. Because then we have a problem at Window Rock too, you know, because they're looking at DCDs, looking at 110 chapters. There's very few people. They can't pay at all 110 chapters, so we really need to utilize the big boss at the chapter level to help get the projects going, because they're the ones that know what's going on in their community. And I thank you guys for inviting me here, or letting me speak here for a minute. Thank you.
Honorable Begay for the recommendations that you made. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, the next steps on this topic of discussion in regards to Title 26 amendments will be that we will call for a 2-day work session. Now, this work session will be inclusive with some essential departments of the Navajo Nation government under the executive branch, which would, and legislative, which would be Navajo Government Development Office. We also will be extending an invite to ASC and Division of Community Development Executive Office, and also to our legal counsel here from Navajo Nation Department of Justice Chapter Unit, Mr. Roderick Begay. And with this work session, again, it would have to be a consultation type of an effort where we would want to get recommendations again from local, constituents that attend the chapter meeting, along with the elected officials and possibly even grazing official. It's just going to be an open work session dialogue. And again, how we're going to attain this to have a productive work session, we would most likely have to have a preliminary meeting on the approach that we'd like to take. And again, there is so much concern in regards to operation at the local level when we're talking about Title 26. And I'm glad that our legal counsel, Mr. Roderick Begay, and enlighten us with some of the options that you have outlined in your PowerPoint presentation. And again, there's massive issues from procurement to the personnel issues, chapter official responsibility, the Robert Rules of Order and how chapters are being run. What is the actual quorum? You look at the use of funding, and we're talking about the population density and other issues as regards to code of conduct for the elected officials, the annual expenditures, the subcommittees that are umbrellaed under chapters. So it is a huge, line of items that need to be discussed. So with that, Mr. Tahi will be looking into working and getting a 2-day work session scheduled with some of the departments that I've mentioned. And again, this would be pretty much to put out into media in hopes that we get a good number of attendees that will, assist in looking at which options we're going to go, as well as our members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So going forward, I do appreciate your report. So with that, we have a motion and a second with a recommendation of a 2-day work session to further this dialogue of Title 26 amendments. So with that, Mr. Tahi, could you please take a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports. 5A, Honorable Shawna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Still, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto Still votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, Mr. Tahi. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, motion carries on to item B under receiving reports, update report from the Navajo Division of Economic Development Department of Support Services. exit report on the status of the Division of Economic Development. We do have presenter, Mr. Douglas Capitan, former department manager, Department of Support Services with Division of Economic Development. Mr. Capitan, are you still on the call? Mr. Capitan, are you still on the call?
Hi, Madam Chair. I'm sorry about that. I'm rusty on my Zoom now.
Goshi, so Mr. Capitan, you do have the floor for your 20 minutes report.
Okay, yeah. Members of the committee, everyone visiting and there. This is my report on the status of the Division of Economic Development. And the reason why I'm giving this as a former division manager is because I was released on, I received a notice, or a notice was sent out to me on June 9th, 2023 with regard to my termination, but I wanted to provide this report because I wasn't delivered that as I resigned and submitted my resignation on the 7th. So I will provide this in written form as well. I'll send that to Mr. Tahi after this presentation is complete. But so with the Navajo Nation, as I always understood, was that the people are the greatest asset. We saw that during our COVID-19 pandemic, in which we placed a lot of our resources into protecting everyone, keeping everyone safe and healthy. With the Division of Economic Development, we were largely incorporated within the Artisan and Small Business Grant, but we eventually began to be more involved in the food distributions and other logistical mechanisms of the government to get items and resources out to our communities. So within that time, we got to meet and know a lot of people, and it's important that the division continue to do that and continue to be a pillar within the community to represent the business community at large. With that, the urgency and importance of leadership's attention in all three branches of government can't be understated. The Navajo economy is long losing considerable traction within the overall economy of the entire nation, the United States. How do we incorporate the successes and wins that other people are experiencing and place them into our own communities? By doing that, I think we need to reconsider a lot of the mundane and some of the burdensome practices internally. One of my biggest critiques of the Navajo Nation is that we utilize paper way too much, and we depend on some of these antiquated practices that are not useful, helpful, or at all needed. Within my time at the division, I started as a project specialist overseeing the information for opportunity zones. That quickly changed because a few months later, I believe 8 months later after I was hired, the pandemic hit. When the pandemic, I started assisting our division director with orchestrating masks that were being submitted to us around the country and around the world, actually, to organize that, sanitize them, and have them prepared for communities. That transcended into developing and planning out the grant program for artisans and small businesses. With our Artisan Small Business Grant, there was a lot of information that we were not aware of, or we didn't have the capacity to know at that time, mostly because of the mechanisms in which data was collected. Information that was provided to the nation for us to use was largely based on national information, which, as we know, can be quite different from our reality here in the Navajo Nation. The information, for example, is based a lot on the U.S. Census data systems. And that information could be arguable as not reliant because it's reflective of the nation as a whole, the United States, but it doesn't really get into the exact details of our communities that we know exist. So the information used to develop the grant program was largely based on that information. So within that time, we learned a lot of things. One, we learned a lot of the mistakes that we made, but we also learned where opportunities are had. The grant program in that time, the 2020 grant program, as I was referred to, was focused on largely COVID-19 prevention and mitigation. But we were able to provide businesses with much more, because a lot of our businesses that did report back to us, which was not a lot, but the businesses that did report back to us sent out appreciation to us, indicating that they used the funds for masks. Some of them used them for barriers. Some of them used them for entirely reconstructing parts of their business building or site to be more safe. That moved ahead. We were able to award about $28 million out to our Navajo artisans and small businesses. During that time, we also began the development of the State Small Business and Credit Initiative, the SSBCI, which most everyone here should be aware of. Within the first initial development stages, I assisted Mr. Willie in drafting the letter of intent to apply. We submitted that information, and a few months later, we were happy to receive the notice that we were eligible to apply for the funding. This is an $89 million opportunity that provides capital access to our Navajo businesses and provides an opportunity for the nation to expand and build a bridge that largely doesn't exist for technical reasons due to federal policies and the way that the federal government engages with tribal nations on their land status and the ability to function as a business in accessing financial resources outside of the nation. Now, we do have another grant, another loan program, which is the BDIF program, the Business Infrastructure Development Fund. That program was developed, I believe, in the 90s and has since provided loans and small businesses with opportunities for growth and expansion. Largely, I believe that program was a success. However, we are running into issues that we've run into issues that we're experiencing largely with a lot of the accounts going bad and going into default. With that information and in developing the SSBCI program, those two became very useful for one another. The BDIF program, we're learning from those mistakes and trying to incorporate how we can change those items and improve them in order to have a successful SSBCI. With the SSBCI, it also represents an opportunity for the BIDF loan to sort of take I want to say break, but the attention will focus mostly on SSBCI for about 10 years, which means that the BDIF loan will be able to recuperate some funds, work on some things, and get up to par with the requirements of the audit that was conducted a couple of years ago. So with those two programs, we were able to set the stage for an upcoming launch, which I expect the SSBCI hopefully to be a reality by this late summer or early fall. As the developing manner for that specific program, my intention was to have it based on community, meaning that I would incorporate input and information from our business community, largely from the Dene Chamber of Commerce and from Change Labs, who we got to know over these last couple of years and understood their mission and their desire to help small businesses. So with those and along with our Navajo CDF5, we began discussions on the program, how it would be run, and what would happen with certain projects. As a person who has previously experienced working in a environment at ASU where we're all about strength-based leadership and utilizing what everyone has in their abilities to function at their best, I felt that these three entities best represented the items that we needed essential for our planning of a program. With Navajo CDFI, it was the financial institution part. With Dene Chamber, that was the community part. And with Change Labs, that was a nonprofit initiative. So combined with those three in the Navajo Nation government, I felt that it was best that we had this group ready to go and we began developing our programs. Fast forward to present day, we have the current Change Labs loan participation program and the loan guarantee programs within the application set for approval. We submitted our application back in October 31st, and we did not get back, we did not hear word back from them until I believe March or so. So since March, we've been trying to untangle some of the information that was provided and shared with us and sort of translate it into what it means for the Navajo Nation. Because as you know, the things that happen in Washington, D.C. don't necessarily fully correlate with things that occur in the language that we speak here in the Navajo Nation. So figuring out how to incorporate those within our business model and plan has taken some time, largely with the lending. I'm sorry, I forgot that word already. With the table that we have to construct for developing a loan program. Now, the Navajo Nation is not customary to developing loan programs, with us only having one, and that was internal. But for federal requirements, a specific table of how funds are supposed to be managed and appropriated and orchestrated, it has been a challenge for us, largely because we're not fully knowledgeable and savvy with investments. So thanks to the leadership of Delegate Carl Slater, he connected us with OOC, the Office of the Controller, who has on contract an entity that assists with such things with their investment group. We've made progress since that time, and I believe that we're making headway to get the application submitted. Ms. Murphy, Alicia Murphy, our economist, has been with the planning and development group since nearly its first day, nearly her first day of work, and within the first couple of months of the development of the program. The program has largely been a success due to this collaborative effort, thanks to the Department of Justice's attorneys that we have on board with us. Progress would not have been made without them. So it's that community that will see this program to its success. So continuing on with the Artisan Grant Program, it makes an appearance again, just as a different form of funding though. In 2021, the funding for defunded programs was reallocated back to these programs that had their funding removed during the 2020 program. In the 2020 program, we awarded about $28 million, and that left us with a balance of about $31 million, roughly. The total amount was $60 million. That remaining amount of funding, we then used emergency procurement rules to acquire the resources and services of Building Nations, as well as Tall Salt Advisors, who assisted us with the entirety of the program. In the original program in 2020, then Perlene Kirk had the Baker Tilly assigned to all of these programs, which we know who are not Navajo and who are not regional or local to the area, but our businesses, our Navajo businesses, were local and here to assist. So with that, we got on moving to the program disbursement and awarding and application. The program did not begin until the contract was completed and funds were dispersed in early May. We began the program and released applications out on May 17th. And our first disbursement of checks occurred on May 19th or May 20th, just a couple of days following our launch. And that was just reflective of how our Navajo businesses have the capacity to build and do things that Fortune 500 companies can do. And we were one of the first entities, first government departments to release funds for ARPA, and have been one of the only ones that have done so thus far and successfully. The grant program was scheduled for only a brief moment, and that was largely due to the contract taking up most of the time, leaving us with the remaining amount of time that wasn't too short. So it was from May to August was the program application period. That presented a challenge for us because we knew that we needed time to get applications done. The program then needed to begin the process of submitting an contract extension, which Mr. Willie had submitted, but was largely held up at OOC. During that time, there was an issue that OOC presented where the money was dispersed in full when it should not have, and that the funds needed to be returned to OOC. So at that time, we were in the middle of the program, and we are fully aware of the challenges that we face internally with getting funds out and getting those items dispersed. We had a contract in place. We were advised by our DOJ and our attorneys, and had depended on those conversations to continue the program. Under that time, I believe as of the contract ending date, we had about 700 applications outstanding that needed to be reviewed. If you were at all familiar with the 2020 grant program and other programs of its kind back in 2020 when the funds were reverted, that provided a great challenge in regards to working with our applicants, because a lot of them became angry and mad and upset with us. And having understood that and having been the only one in the division at that point, after Mr. Willie resigned, was that I did not want to have any of the staff go through that, because our staff at that time too, for this 2022 program, was minimal. Recruitment of staff was difficult and a challenge, largely because of that experience from 2020. People saw how applicants were treating tribal workers, and no one really wanted to go into that head first. So of the individuals that we did have, they helped out tremendously, and they helped out a great deal. Ms. Murphy also has been an essential part of this dialogue and planning, and has the knowledge and understanding of where the program was and what information needs to be shared, and contact information and individuals. We worked our best, and we tried our best to get the money out, and I'm proud to say that we were able to award an additional $12 million out to our businesses, roughly 13, a little less than $13 million for Navajo businesses during this current 2022 program. The application process, we tried to make as simple as possible, but because we wanted to adhere largely to the original intent of the legislation back in 2020, we did not change much of anything from the application, aside from making the language a little easier to read. With the program, with this current program, we were able to allocate roughly 445 businesses in Fort Defiance Agency, 409 businesses in Central Chinle Agency, 335 businesses in Crown Point and Eastern Agency, Western 199, Northern 162, off reservation 22, and other non-specified 9. The key difference between the 2022 program and 2022 program and 2020 program is that this current program, which was Navajo run and Navajo orchestrated, had substantially more on reservation applications than off. The 2020 program was a majority of off reservation businesses. So that in itself, I think, is a great success, in that we were able to get our businesses on the Navajo Nation the funding they needed. The funding has been returned to OOC in full, and I'll submit a final report after this presentation is complete. But with that grant program, it was a success. And what I mean by that is that we were able to, one, directly have community outreach and access and involvement. And two, we got to learn about the community as it is. We've been able to gather a lot of data and gather a lot of information, both in the 2020 program and the 2022 program, and have greater access towards getting real information that's real, that's valid for the Navajo Nation and our business community, and helping our leaders make good quality decisions. So with the information regarding
Mr. Capitan?
personnel.
Mr.
Yes.
Capitan, so your 20 minutes has elapsed, and I'm just wondering, how many more minutes did you need to finish out your presentation in regards to the grants that you were overseeing with Division of Economic Development?
I probably need about 10 more minutes total.
10? 10?
If that's okay. Yeah.
Members of Resources and Development
Yeah.
Committee, Mr. Capitan would like an additional 10 minutes. So with that, Mr. Capitan, we're going to go ahead and grant you another 10 minutes for the for your presentation. So you do have the floor.
Okay. Thank you.
So you may continue.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the grant program was largely a success for a multitude of reasons, largely because of the information and intellectual property that we were able to receive. I was also part of the discussions and planning and orchestration of various intellectual property cases and development. I believe that there's currently legislation to be presented regarding that with myself as the division representative. But that will be up to the director to decide what that is. With the intellectual property, it's important that we recognize the value that our people have in the things that we do, that we say, that we make, that we create. In cases where that were presented to us, so we would occasionally receive reports from DOJ, who would receive reports from their sources in terms of possible violations of IP violations towards the Navajo Nation. And these were things that entities that would utilize the word Navajo in their description. So let's say for example, and this is where the case rose from, was the Urban Outfitters case, where Urban Outfitters had labeled a garment Navajo garment, and we found issue with that, and we laid claim against them. Things like that are going to be very important in the next couple of years, because intellectual property is a growing and increasingly important topic. It's something that we as a nation are still behind with, but there is so much that we do need to protect, and we do need to ensure that whatever is out there is being utilized in the best interest of our people. Now, I think the most recent item that I can recall that we've currently tried to begin working on are instances of protecting things like the Navajo basket design, protecting other characteristics of our culture from being utilized by other outside non-Navajo entities. And when I'm always out with my folks or my friends, I try to label those things for them to help them understand in terms of why that's important, because I know that the NFR National Finals Rodeo is a good example of this, where there's a lot of Native American looking things, but they're not necessarily Native American made, which means that creates a disadvantage for our Navajo artisans and our small businesses here on the Navajo Nation. So that was kind of a big highlight of my experience in working with the Department of Justice and developing that legislation and getting it through. Moving forward, I'll spend the last remaining part of my time discussing personnel. Following
Mr. Capitan, That's the area that I want to refrain from, I guess, hearing here today, because again,
Oh, okay.
I know that there is a chain of command that we do need to abide by, and since we are oversight of Division of Economic Development, and there was concerns, relating to the SSBCI and learning that you were no longer going to be with Division of Economic Development. We wanted to hear how, where the work was left off, and again, who's going to be the staff there, Division of Economic Development, that will be taking on the oversight of monitoring the SSBCI for Division of Economic Development. But I just want to respect, you know, to have that respect to really not go more in depth into the personal side, Mr. Capitan, and please do understand where I'm coming from, because again, you know, there is, you know, always that third party that needs to be there to pretty much to defend himself or herself. And for that reason being, I'd like to go ahead and just avoid that discussion topic. So I just request that respect from you, Mr. Capitan. Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. And I meant personnel by just generalized advice or recommendations.
Yeah, you meant, yeah.
So
if you
in
want to,
regard,
if you want to go into the personnel as to who's going to be overseeing the SSBCI or even the grant there, that would be okay to share with Division of
Okay.
Economic Development. I mean, with RDC. Thank you.
okay, great. So with regard to handing the authority over, largely it was expressed that Miss Alicia Murphy would be that individual. Ms. Murphy has been with the programs almost since the start of SSBCI and has been involved with the 2022 grant program and is knowledgeable of the information that's already exists, as well as the contacts and community that exists out there. As we know that it's essential that whenever changes in leadership occur, that those individuals who are coming in to be the leaders pause and learn from their group and learn and build that trust. And then when they have that ability, then they can begin really making drastic decisions. That takes time. So I believe that as a matter of efficiency and a matter of common sense and as a matter of just effectiveness, that Ms. Murphy would be that individual to take that to take on those two leads, as well as to assist with RDC in terms of questions and communication and other additional items that are going to be requested. With the processing and development of the programs, I know that, and I haven't always understood that we all have our frustrations with the Office of the Controller. Largely due, I don't think it has to do with any individual people in there. It's the system that largely does create a lot of these issues for us. Having said that, I've been for SSBCI and the grant program, our intent was to try to keep the Office of the Controller as a review authority, but not as the authority until they're able to provide the capacity needed to conduct a program within that certain amount of time. I know that takes a while, though. The Navajo Nation needs a lot of upgrades with regards to technology, with regards to mentality. Coming from off reservation to on, I got to experience the world outside of the Navajo Nation, where things are productive and things are proactive and responsive towards the needs of their constituents. Having come to the nation, it's completely different, where things are it seems like there's layer upon layer upon layer of nonsense, things that could be addressed by simply either putting things online or streamlining policy or even placing more trust into our citizens. I think that current policies right now are have been a overreaction towards a few bad players. I understand the need to protect public money, and that's where I feel compelled to always be a defender of, as I have always been a public servant, and only until recently have I began the discussions of actually establishing a business. But public service is an essential component of how we work and operate, and we also need to understand that our government workers and employees are beneficial and essential towards our success. And the tools that they need and that they have currently are very under par. And I believe that that's one of the many instances that have been creating challenges for our people and our citizens. We see the world outside of us, like Amazon or Apple or Walmart, where things happen quickly in a second. Then we come back to the Navajo Nation and see where things don't happen in a second and happen in a long while. So I hope that leadership here understands the need and presses that on our divisions and departments, as well as adopting mechanisms that improve the quality of work, improve the quality of life for our communities, and provide those necessary resources. And I'll end with this. In the final components of my time at DED, I became involved with the fairs. The fairs represent a community-based and community-oriented leadership opportunity for not just the government, but for the community itself. With the fairs coming up, I think, and having been involved last year with the safety operations as the business representative for COVID-19, I think that this year could present a really beneficial moment and continuing on where we have a lot more involvement from the division. The division has largely been uninvolved in the fairs up until last year, aside from maybe sponsorships, but we were actually there at the fairgrounds and we sponsored the arts market, we sponsored our businesses. That kind of action is important for the success of the government because people see that and they recognize their validity in that action. So I encourage the division to continue on with that and for them to continue, especially on with the agencies. The agency organizations are often nonprofit and community-led. So they require resources and full disclosure, I am a member of the board of Eastern Navajo Fair, and having all of these worlds connect with one another is why I have adopted this this sort of mentality and framework of my dedication to public service and dedication towards community involvement. So with that, I'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Capitan, for that report. Members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion to accept the report from Mr. Douglas Capitan through known as an exit report on the several grant programs that Division of Economic Development was overseeing. Motion. Honorable Simpson and second by Honorable Rousseau. So members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions at this point for Mr. Capitan in regards to some of the grant programs that were pretty much appropriated for artisans and small businesses across the Navajo Nation, and also not to mention the SSBCI Credit Initiative Program that Division of Economic Development was fortunate enough to acquire in the amount of $89 million. So at this point, I'll allow members of RDC any questions at this point. Okay, Mr. Capitan, I do appreciate your report that you had given to Resources and Development Committee. And I know that Ms. Alicia Murphy, who is the economist there with DED, will do a great job in continuing what was envisioned when your team had went and sought these funds for our artisans and small businesses across the Navajo Nation and even off the Navajo Nation as well. So again, if you could go ahead and forward that report in writing to Mr. Tahi, that would be appreciated as well. So with that, Mr. Tahi, can you please take a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports 5B. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, excuse. Honorable Ricky Nez, excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, motion carries on to item 6 on the agenda, old business. We do have none. Going on to item 7 on the agenda, new business. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, are you still on the call? I do. Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Ogoshi, members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on legislation 0130-23? Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Tahi, could you please read legislation number 0130-23 into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have summary sheet for tracking number 0130-23, date June 9, 2023, and action relating to resource and development, budget and finance, and update committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $5 million from the CISA fund to the Navajo EPA for the assessment and remediation of environmental damage from the former lumber processing operation at the Red Lake and Sawmill chapter, approving the related expenditure plan. The purpose of this legislation is to approve $5 million from the CISA fund for the Navajo EPA for the assessment and cleanup activities at the former NFPI and TSE sites in the Red Lake and Sawmill chapters, approving the related expenditure plan. Navajo Nation Council has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Andy Nez for tracking number 0130-23 in action relating to research and development, budget and finance, and advocate committees. And to the Navajo Nation Council approving $5 million from the CISA fund to the Navajo EPA for the assessment and remediation of environmental damage from the former lumber process operating at the Red Lake and Sawmill chapter, approving the related expenditure plan. And section 1 outlines the authority, and section 2 the finding, which references an exhibit A1, A2, A3, and exhibit A4, exhibit B, and exhibit C1, C2, and exhibit D. And section 3 is approving the $5 million from the CISA fund to the Navajo EPA for the assessment and remediation of the environmental damage from the former lumber processing operation at the Red Lake and Sawmill chapters, approving the related expenditure plan. And section 4 is which section 3 references exhibit B and exhibit D, and section 4 is the directive, and section 5 is the exhibit date, and section 6 is the savings clause, and section 7 is the disclaimer. Attaches exhibit A1, which is the Red Lake chapter resolution number RLC-04-23-15. Attaches exhibit A2, which is the Sawmill chapter resolution number SAW-04-10-23-06. Attaches exhibit A3, which is a resolution from the 45th chapter FDC-2023-04-11-09. Attaches exhibit A4, which is a memorandum drafted to Honorable Delegate Wilson Stewart, dated June 29, 2022, from former Director Belinda Shirley, the Vision Director of Navajo EPA. Attaches exhibit D, which is the maps. Attaches exhibit C1, which is a letter dated September 2nd, 2022. The subject is Sawmill, Arizona Asbestos Removal Assessment, Sawmill Chapter, Navajo Nation, Arizona. Task Order TO number 68HE0919F0081-20, document control number 0145-0888 XL. Attaches exhibit C2 and attaches exhibit D, which is the Environmental Protection Agency proposed expenditure plan. Then you have the Internet Public Review Summary for tracking number 0130-23, sponsors Honorable Andy Nez. This legislation was posted on June 9, 2023 at 5:30 33 PM. The 5-day comment period ended June 14, 2023. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, and no comments recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0130-23 read into the record. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Tahi for reading legislation into the record. But real quickly, I'd like to go ahead and allow our Vice Chair Johnson to introduce himself. I do have him on the call. Honorable Johnson.
Hello?
We
Yes,
can
sir.
hear you, Honorable Johnson. Yes.
Oh, okay, good. Good afternoon, RDC colleagues. Shay, Madish Kisdinashta, Ashkan Hato, Bashish Chin, Hanan, and Dish Chay, it's not Jenny Dishnell, Ego the Nashla. Just want to say good afternoon to everybody and just want to introduce myself and
Vice Chair, you keep breaking in and out. Vice Chair? We'll come back around to him, but I'd like to also have two of our honorable colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council introduce themselves. Chair Parrish?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here with the Resources and Development Committee. She'ekia Ani Adona initially Godo Bashishkin Twichi Edashin Kabaha Edashinale Akut then initially Ado Pudinesha then Asha Pudinesha Chumi Photo then a hook so Banashado Ado. Thank you, Resource and Development Committee, for allowing me some time to speak this afternoon or morning, depending on which time zone you're on. We're right on the cusp of the afternoon. So I just wanted to say hello and thank you also for allowing us to update on the SSPCI information. I thought that was very insightful, and we continue our work on the Navajo Nation. We just thank Mr. Capitan for the work that he initiated with the Division of Economic Development. Good to be here with my colleagues. Thank you, Chair Jesus.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Parrish. Auto Inda Adat, Vice Chair Simonson. Auto introduction.
That's a audit that is not sangi. Auto Quado, Chair Jesus, Vice Chair Casey Johnson, members of RDC Committee. Council. Good afternoon, do you have time? Quite a Samokido, Patri, Nedna, a Nabiki, in the Colangino, Dr. Fonet, Quado, a non-dish, yes, JP Peso, baby cut, and sweat no, because she put out a Mr. Capitan, or he had the Shnido, they don't non-machine, though she cut a Joshi, that the non-session. Ado Jermaine Simonson Ado Chishitna Shido Kazatana Bashishin said that Skijashna with Aki on Anita Shiche. I don't they say Haskay back at the Sanjit Bonajit was Shidahasne Ado Hard Rock of Basne Ado Tifiji a fish montas on a bunch of Hard Rock but for Loma Force Lake Pinion and Black Mesa chapter. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Simonson. Auto Adashiyaj Arnable Herman Daniels Jr. Thank
you, Kodota, Madam Chair. Kodo Shama, Honorable Jesus, and Kodo Vice Chair and Honorable members of Resources and Development Committee, out of staff, so I don't hear that it's out of Kodo says Kahasi, I must flag Kodo. Kodo Herman Daniels Jr. A Susie Adonana Adona and Slendige A Betani Adonana. It's a cheat, it's a shit that Simpson agenda that it is a Tashama. Adonana. Boyet Lini, go na Kaitameda, Itashe. Adonana Skato, Itashanala, or a entity need or like Tigoshin Anigibiji. Adonana Nana Kodonagaitam, Law and Order Committee, Ajay Trashananas in Senaho. But I did have to say not if on or jet or shan't hold up like can a banashness. Thank you, Madam Chair. Shema.
Shiaj Honorable Daniels. So with that, I would like to, since we do have questions on legislation 0130-23, Kodoshanat Ani Sitsile, Shiaj Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. I'd like to go ahead and allow you time, 20 minutes to do your presentation on this legislation. And if you can just open with the introduction. So you do have the floor, Honorable Nez.
Honorable Chair Brenda Jesus, Honorable Kla, Ndakdo Shanella, Honorable Begay, Shanella, Honorable Mr. So, Aden, Da Isonal Aikido, Kwaiki Shian, A Kodo Aya, Andy Nazin Shadow, Oge Nishlido, Twatachini, Epashichin, Tkachini, Asia Chado, A the Shanella. I am the current delegate here with working out with our communities of Fort Defiance, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake. I appreciate this time and opportunity to elaborate on the legislation here set before you. Tracking number 0130-23. On the call with me, I also have Ms. Patricia Maples, who is the position there with the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency. Also on the call is Shizede Pristine Gardenez, who is the Club C president with the Red Lake community. Thank you. At this time, I do want to just preface a little on the presentation and the legislation here before you and offer an opportunity for my additional agents to elaborate on the legislation and provide any specific details as they are the experts that we've been working with to draft the legislation that you see before yourself. So again, thank you. This $5 million request from the CHSN Fund to the Navajo EPA for the assessment and remediation of environment caused here from the damages over time from the former lumber processing operations at Red Lake and Sawmill chapters. Both communities have been apprised of the legislation here as well as its availability. As you know, in the early 1960s, the lumber yard began here, the lumber mill began here in Sawmill, which is roughly about 30, maybe 25-minute drive northwest of the nation's capital. The initial location here in Sawmill and ultimately was moved there to the community of Navajo, which is within the vicinity of the Red Lake number 18 chapter. And again, that's about another 30, 25-minute mile from the nation's capital going northbound on N12. And so these communities primarily have been affected over time. There has been a lot of work that has been done by my predecessor, as well as the two agents that you will hear from, and just the work that needs to commence to ensure that the assessment and remediation is conducted for the overall safety of our community members, but overall safety of the land and the resources. And I've mentioned this several times that I'm not only a legislator to people, but also to our land and our resources, our plants and medicine. And this assessment will help contribute to what needs to occur within both of our communities for the sake of the longevity of and health of our community members. And so with the mill that has been operating in the early 60s into the 70s as it made its way to Navajo and ultimately closing in the mid 1990s. So over time, over the last 3 decades, there have been some assessments and remediation work that has been done. There has just been unveiling of a lot of different toxins and contamination, and a lot of work that also needs to be done there in the community of Sawmill, as we do have open wells still currently in place. And there's just a lot of activity that, this funding would certainly begin to start and contribute to what both the lumber mills have been producing, but also the after effects that have been causing a lot of environmental injustice here today in the 21st century. So with that, I wanted to provide that preface, but I certainly want to give an opportunity to Ms. Maples as well as Ms. Garnez to be able to elaborate more on the details and what has been the success so far and what this funding will ultimately support as we continue to pursue cleanup and remediation. So at this time, Madam Chair, I do want to offer some time to Ms. Maples from Navajo Nation EPA to provide additional details to the legislation. Ms. Maples.
Thank you, Dr. Nez. Yat E Bini, Madam Chair and members of the Resource and Development Committee. She Pam Maples, Yanisha. I am the Remedial Project Manager for Navajo EPA Brownfields Program. I've been with the program since 2019, and I was with the Leaking Storage Tank Program for 10 years before that. I moved over to the Brownfields program specifically to address the entirety of the site I'm about to describe to you and other contaminated or even potentially contaminated sites across the Navajo Nation. We don't usually spend time thinking about the ground that we are walking on, but most of what we do is recorded under our homes, our buildings, and our industrial plants. The ground absorbs and hides the traces of our activity without us realizing, and sometimes what it's hiding isn't good. The former National Navajo Forest Products Industry, and from now on I'm just going to say NFPI, located at Navajo, New Mexico, has many types of soil and groundwater contamination, the most alarming of which are a large pool of hexavalent chromium of unknown extent, 2.5 acres of petroleum contaminated groundwater with 2 feet of diesel floating on top of that groundwater in one area, about 22,000 cubic yards of diesel saturated soil, and newly confirmed formaldehyde in soil, all of which have spread to adjacent farmlands, streams, and a recreational lake. NFPI closed in 1997 with no decommissioning plan. The facility was never compliant with environmental laws during its operation. The resulting environmental concerns include, we'll start with soil. The areas investigated so far have been found to be contaminated by lead, mercury, hexavalent chromium, which is a known carcinogen, dioxins, formaldehyde, also a known carcinogen, heavy metals, pesticides, asbestos, solvents, lubricants, diesel, other petroleum products, grease, oil, etc. Asbestos fibers are commingled with the petroleum contaminated soil in several locations at the site, to a depth of at least 2 feet below the ground surface, and that complicates cleanup. Limited soil gas testing indicates chloroform is coming up out of the soil in the area of the powerhouse. We have not conducted any soil gas studies anywhere else on the site. Groundwater. The groundwater beneath the site is contaminated with hexavalent chromium, diesel, and gasoline, at least. No other contaminants have been investigated for yet due to lack of funding. Although some limited sampling for an area of Black Creek sediments is planned for this coming summer 2023. Hexavalent chromium has been found in the groundwater at the power plant release point and down gradient from that point. The trailing edge of the plume of contamination was located, although the size of the plume is yet unknown. We ran out of funding when we were just getting into it. The source soil at depth very near the petroleum contaminated groundwater plume also shows hexavalent chromium, indicating the possibility of a commingling of those two contaminants in that area. Formaldehyde has been found in shallow soil around the particle board plant, but the groundwater there has not yet been investigated. Surface water. Hexavalent chromium has recently been discovered in the drainage ditch that bounds the site to the east. Hexavalent chromium at levels substantially above the regional standard for protection of groundwater have been leaching from a rapidly eroding pile at the dump facility for decades and has recently been confirmed in the water of Black Creek upstream of the diversion dam used to fill Red Lake. Children play in that creek, livestock drink the water, and eat the plants that grow there. The creek water is used to fill Red Lake. Red Lake water is used for irrigation. The diversion dam is silted to the top of the dam, so when it rains heavily, the creek water swirls contaminated sediments over the top of the diversion dam and on downstream. Deeper facility water supply wells, potential conduits to the deeper groundwater, have asbestos in the water, and one is located in a severely contaminated area of the site. It has not been sampled. Petroleum contamination of the shallow groundwater is estimated to be 2.5 acres with about 2 feet of diesel floating on the groundwater. There was discharge of cooling tower blowdown and boiler system water into Black Creek, east, north, and west of the site. And by west of the site, I mean across the road into the former sewer lagoons across Navajo Route 12. And they did that for 30 years. These discharges contain lime, sodium aluminate, soda ash, sulfuric acid, descalants such as hexavalent chromium, and algicides. There is also concern about methylmercury contamination of the fish in Red Lake. There was a do not consume fish warning on Red Lake until the lake was drained to repair the dam. The lake is being refilled now, and the sediments that potentially contain the heavy metals have not been sampled. The contents of drums and chemical totes that were strewn across the site have been found to contain or formerly contain formaldehyde, boiler water, cooling chemicals, hydraulic fluid, lubricants, waste oil, diesel, gasoline, antifreeze, mercury, etc. Want to talk about the open dump. There is a 176-acre facility dump. It extends up Black Creek for a mile. It is in the creek bed in the floodplain. It is known to contain sawdust soaked with formaldehyde, boiler and cooling tower water, and hydraulic fluid. They used the sawdust as absorbent and then discarded it in the dump. All chemical and asbestos waste from the operation and maintenance of the facility and the particle board plant, including lead acid automotive batteries and machine batteries, were disposed of in this dump for 30 years. The open dump does not have any liner, and due to the different oxygen conditions within an open dump, you can get chemicals out the bottom of a dump like that leaching into the soil and the groundwater that were never put in the dump in the first place. There is a trailer court built on top of a portion of this dump. When we did soil sampling last summer, every sample had lead in it above the action levels. The site has been a serious asbestos dust inhalation hazard up until the summer of 2021, where there were 2 elementary schools, a daycare center in very close proximity to this site. And so an emergency action was applied for by the Brownfields program to the federal government. And they came and they removed over 4,000 cubic yards of asbestos waste and that's 8 tractor trailer dump trucks full every day except Sundays for 3 months. There is still asbestos at depth because this was a surface removal action. So just over $7 million of federal money have been applied for this site. $6 million of that was for the time critical removal action for asbestos. We did not receive all of the grants we've applied for. We do have 3 closed out grants that we have used. Like I said, the hexavalent chromium plume was discovered. That was using a $350,000 brownfield site specific assessment grant. And we have one more grant coming our way. It's $800,000 for our regular brownfields program grant that runs the program. We have enough money negotiated now to do some remedial field work across the Navajo Nation, as long as the work fits within the federal guidelines of allowability, which is the problem with grant money. And that concludes my presentation. I should say that this presentation and a fact sheet were emailed to every member of the Committee by Legislative Services this morning. You should have those.
Great, thank you, Pam, for the information as well as the details related to the extraordinary work that has taken place, but also that needs to continue to be addressed. Madam Chair, at this time, I know we do still have some time left, and I want to offer an opportunity as well for the Red Lake Economic Development Committee Chair, Madam Chair here, Shazeda Pristine, to also contribute to our presentation this afternoon. Shazeda.
Sure, Ms. Honorable Nez. Right now, Ms. Gardenez does have 6 minutes. So you do have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Shazada, Dr. Nez, for the opportunity, and good afternoon, members of the Resources Development Committee. My name is Prestine Garnanez, and I am a community member, first and foremost, of Red Lake Chapter. I live here. I grew up here. My family's been in this area for many, many generations. My clans are Twitich Eatney. I'm Twitich Eatney, born for Hawathana. My grandfathers, my Chays, are Tkabahe, and my Nullies are Katnasahni. I'm also the chair on what we call the Red Lake Community and Economic Development Committee, which is also more widely known as the CLIPSI. And I wanted to take some time to express that I think despite all of the stuff that you just heard from Pam about the contamination with regard to the former NFPI site, the community as a whole still has a lot of hope for the cleanup and eventual reuse and beneficial reuse of the site. In the last couple of years that we've been working with Pam, we've been able to also bring in some additional funds as a community to help educate the contamination on the site, what is happening on the site, how people can protect themselves, and then also to look toward the future. We've held community input meetings where we've asked community members to come in and give us their thoughts about what they envision on the site. We also in the process of doing a redevelopment plan with grant funding that we got from US EPA. It's an environmental justice grant for $120,000. And in that redevelopment plan, we hope to really analyze like what is the real potential of redeveloping the site. Obviously, you know, we're not thinking of putting daycare centers or even houses on the site because of all of the contamination, but certainly there are types of industry and development that could be put on the site. Many in the community have said that we need places for parks and recreation. If any of you have ever traveled to Red Lake Navajo or through Red Lake Navajo, you know how beautiful it is here. We have a lot of really wonderful geographic, geological formations in the community that is, in my opinion, unrivaled on the Navajo Nation. We have mountains, we have sandstones, we have the lake and the creek, all of these things that could potentially lead to helping to make Navajo Red Lake a tourism destination rather than just a pass-through. And in fact, tourism is one of the aspects that about 10 years ago, the community through the chapter got together and did a strategic plan and thought about how we might be able to develop Red Lake Navajo, and tourism keeps coming back up. And so we were fortunate enough to have our chapter president, who was also for many years the tourism manager, and asking him, you know, like, well, how do we go from a tourism pass through to an actual destination? And one of the things that has come out of it is this shameless plug for an event that we're doing this weekend. We're having our first ever Red Lake Arts Festival, in which we've invited artists, performers, jewelry makers, pottery makers, rug weavers, for a day, to an opportunity to sell their art, their arts to the public as a whole. And also we're doing a mural unveiling this weekend as well, from the grant that we got from the Environmental Justice Grant, and another one that we got through the University of New Mexico. We're going to unveil a mural in which we look at our past of when there was prosperity in the community, when NFPI was in operation and was bringing in money, that people had jobs. And then it looks at kind of where we are at now with all of the contamination, and now trying to figure out how to move forward. But again, like I said, as a community, we're really hopeful. And so you'll also see on the mural the vision that we have for our communities, that we want to bring prosperity back to Navajo, where we have homes that are beautiful and that we're proud to live in Navajo. We have economic development, we have higher education here in our community. These are the things from a community perspective that we're trying to do. We understand that this contamination is there. And that's why we're looking to the Navajo Nation to help us realize this future that we would like for ourselves, even though we have this contamination. It is a lot of money to do the assessments and to do the cleanup. But that is why, you know, we're coming back to the Navajo Nation and saying, hey, can you help us as a small community? But we're also not just looking to the Navajo Nation to answer all of our problems that we have, but we're doing as much as we can as well to help with this. Like I said, as a community, we were able to get the environmental justice grant. That was $120,000. We've been doing other work to try and improve our community. We brought in almost $500,000 to look at the improvements for our streets. We're at this final design for streets improvement. We also recently were awarded $75,000 for the National Endowment for the Arts, Our Town grant, in which we would look at arts and culture in our community and how can we support that, and how can we bring use arts and culture to bring tourism and economic development to our community. So as you can see, we're like really trying to do stuff that looks toward a more prosperous future. But we acknowledge that the former NFPI site and the impacts that it has had to our community does hinder some of that. But we are still planning for, if we are able to get the funding, that we will have plans in place to say, hey, this is what we're planning to do. This is what we would like to see in our community. These are the types of industry that we want. So with that, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Gardenez, for that. So with that, the time is up that was allotted for this presentation, Honorable Nez. So I'm going to go ahead and request for a motion and a second to accept this report, or the legislation 0130-23. May I get a motion?
A motion.
Honorable Claw, and may I get a second? Honorable So. With that, I'd like to go ahead and allow time to Honorable Claw for questions that she has regarding this legislation. You do have the floor, Honorable Claw.
Thank you, Shada, Madam Chair. And then also to Shitsila, Dr. Nez, thank you for presenting this legislation. And then also to our presenters here today. I do have some legal questions, and so if I can get some assistance from Ms. April Quinn to answer the question. The first question I have is, I wanted to find out if NFPI was a Navajo enterprise. As I'm listening to the presentation here, that will aid me in determining if there is litigation that needs to move forward. But however, I understand if it is an enterprise, that would be a whole different scenario. And then as I'm going through the legislation here, and I am glad that we do have one of our chapter leadership on the call, but I wanted to find out if the chapter is also contributing any funds towards the cleanup, whether that be through ARPA funds. And the reason why I'm asking that question is we were recently apprised with a presentation from the Division of Economic Development. They did present a 5-year plan. And in that 5-year plan, there were communities such as Shiprock that had cleanup that was included into their funding. And so I wanted to find out if the chapters did include any information to Division of Economic Development in regards to cleanup efforts. In addition to that, another question that I do have is in regards to the procurement. But before I get there, I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead here. I wanted to find out what is the population for each of the communities that are affected by this. And the reason is that just fairly recently during the onset of our meeting, we were talking about how some chapters have a low population and also their chapter voters. So if you could please help me understand how many people are living in the community, then that would be great. Another question I have is that in the legislation, it does state that there was a letter in June of 2020, and the page I'm referring to is page 3 of 7 in the findings section under B. And it stated that the executive director of the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection prepared a memorandum. And so I just wanted to find out if EPA, if our current executive director is also in consensus with the current project. And because so far, being a member of RDC, this is the first that we have heard of the cleanup efforts. So it would be good to make sure that we are all on the same page, and it would be good to hear from Mr. Itsidi as far as an update on where he stands as leadership with this current project. So those are the questions that I have. And then also going back to your procurement, in the procurement, we know that it's not perpetual, and under procurement policies, there most likely has to be an update. And I just wanted to find out if those costs have changed, and also if so, then I think in the legislation, it does mention that on page 5 of 7, under the section F, it just says from time to time to be determined necessary. And then in there indicates Navajo Nation laws related to procurement and purchasing. And then I do thank the Brownsfield team for the information given, and it is disturbing to hear of those toxic chemicals within the community. And we do, feel the compassion and the need to move forward with this project. And then also thinking about the site there, as far as the chapter having a plan for economic development, if the chapter is looking towards total reclamation of the area, or if they have the intention of keeping it as a business site. So those are some of the questions that I have. And then also, I wanted to find out if the EPA did put this as a priority site. So those are some of the things that I'm thinking about. We did meet with the US EPA yesterday. And so if we had that information, those are some of the things that we could have mentioned. And then also we did have the Region 9 director here on Navajo yesterday. So I think that if we can get that thorough update, that would give us, clarification, and then also the justification to schedule another meeting with her. And then also just finding out if, again, back to the funding, if the chapter did put any of this into their ARPA regional plans. And so those would be my questions at this time, Madam Chair, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Claude, for posing several questions. So I'd like to go ahead and give it back to the sponsor, Dr. Andy Naz, And if you'd like to go ahead and give it to your agents for response to the questions that Honorable Claude had posed. So you do have the floor.
Hakoshi Akia Shada, Madam Chair, Ado Kwaiki Ade, Shada Stoughton Vinny, Honorable Claw, for your excellent questions. At this time, I do want to address all 7, but I do want to give an opportunity for Ms. Maples with Navajo Nation EPA to also provide additional input. At the same time, I'm not sure if Mr. Atsiri is on the call where you can hear directly from him related to this project, as well as Ms. Quinn from DOJ. So the first question, if NFPI was a Navajo Nation enterprise, in fact, it was the first enterprise of the Navajo Nation. That's how the community has started a lot of its housing development, being that the Navajo forestry product industry was indeed a Navajo Nation enterprise. So that's the answer to the first question. The second is the chapter contributing any funds for the cleanup with ARPA? The Red Lake chapter number 18 is not. They did identify 3 priority projects, which they have submitted. The same with Fort Defiance as well as Sawmill. So each of them did not identify any of the ARPA funds allocated for this, but they focus a lot on the community needs, which is where a lot of their priorities for their projects have been included. Second, you did have a question related to the population of each community. First, the Red Lake, according to the 2010 census, has an enrollment accommodation of 1,794. I do want to recognize that Navajo, New Mexico is one of the most condensed by population community on the Navajo Nation. Secondly, Sawmill has 982, as well as Fort Defiance with 4,979. Granted that these may have slightly shifted, as this is the 2010 report from the Navajo census. But I include Fort Defiance because you have a lot of the Black Creek wash that may have some of that contaminants that may affect ultimately as it streams down south to the community of Fort Defiance, which is why we included it in there, and we've educated the community, which brings the supporting resolution that is included in the legislation. The next, you talked about EPA that prepared a memo at this time. If Mr. Atsiri is on the call, then he would be able to address that question. The other thing that I want to address is that, Pam, as well as Mr. Rohn from EPA, has been a part of our planning meetings to not only develop this legislation, but to provide key input. So it is my assumption there that EPA is fully on board with supporting this legislation and the cleanup. The next is the procurement that you identified. If the costs had to change in the legislation, you identified that page 5 of 7, section F, indicating, and I quote from time to time, I think, this 5 million is just a part of a larger figure to continue the remediation. And so those efforts, and as well as the cost, can also be shared by Ms. Maples. And then I understand that you had a comment earlier regarding how this was also a first time. I did approach RDC back in April to schedule a work session with the team. I know at the time their May schedule was fully full, and it was mentioned at the time for me to look into June. But by the time I looked into June at the onset of the month of May, I was also told again that it was full again, and that the second request was a joint meeting with BNF. As you see, this legislation will come before BNF as well. So there was areas that we can certainly have contributed prior, but I'm very happy that this legislation was dropped so that we're able to initiate this conversation and important dialogue that needs to take place. And then as far as the EPA seen it as a priority site, I'll allow this time for Ms. Maples to address that particular question, but also address any of the areas that I may have overlooked. Thank you. Ms. Maples.
Thank you, Dr. Niz. So as far as putting this site on the national priorities list, I'm assuming that's what the question is about, because I know the NPL listing came up for a uranium site last week. The thing about the national priorities list is this site is complex and it is grossly contaminated and it would fit on the national priorities list, but the word priorities is the stopping point. As soon as a brownfield site get listed on the NPL list, it goes to the bottom of the list and the national EPA will get to it based on priorities about, around population and does the community get its drinking water from somewhere else? And we don't really care about that place because it's in the middle of nowhere and it's not a priority. So it will be on the list, but it will not be a raging priority. And the minute a site like that gets listed, I can no longer apply for any brownfields grants to assess or clean up the site. I spoke with National EPA. I had some of them out walking the site a couple of years ago, and they right away said we should get this listed. And I talked to Mr. Will Duncan and I asked him, can I get any other grant money for assessing and cleaning up once it's listed? And he said, well, no. So I asked him to, let's have some EPA discussions on that and just not list it for now. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you, Pam. Did you want to also include anything I may have overlooked relating to Honorable Claus' additional questions?
About the costs on the estimated cost sheet that you have, those were updated for this legislation. They are very rough estimates, but they are at least based on the costs that we undertook to delineate the hexavalent chromium on the site using grant money. So my figures changed a little bit, but they're pretty much the same. It's going to be, several $100 million at the far end of this project and an unknown amount of years, but probably more than 10. And it is a hugely contaminated site with some very startling actions that need to be taken right away to protect human health and the environment. And let's see, the other question. Mr. Etzedy, the executive director of the Navajo EPA, we have been talking with him, the Brownfields program, and he has not written his own memo, but he is absolutely, from our meetings, on board with trying to get this site cleaned up as expediently as possible. I was asked once if why, with a meeting with the state, trying to look and see if there was any state money, and they were asking me, well, have you spent all of your ARPA money? But they also, I understand that remediation is not a qualified ARPA expense. So if it is, that would be great, but I haven't been able to find out that ARPA is able to be spent on remediating or even investigating a potentially contaminated site. Those are my answers right now.
Madam Chair, this is Lorraine Tapahi with the Office of Legislative Counsel. May I speak? I drafted the legislation.
Sure, you do have the floor.
Thank you. I can address a couple questions. The question of litigation liability, both of these entities were set up in the 60s and operated for a few decades. I believe it was all the way to the mid-90s, 1995, I believe, that NFPI operated. Both entities, the one in Red Lake and the one in Sawmill, they were actually enterprises of the Navajo Nation government. But with that said, the legislation includes a provision that directs DOJ. There's a directive on page, let's see, page, I'm going through, here we go. Page 6 of the legislation. Yes, there's a directive to get Navajo DOJ to research the potential liability of the United States for these environmental damages. And starting at the bottom of page 6, there's a disclaimer that says the Navajo Nation is allocating money to clean up the sites. However, the Navajo Nation is not admitting liability as to any harms, environmental harms and such, by virtue of allocating this money. The nation understands this is a public health situation, public health risk, dangerous contaminants, and it needs to be addressed immediately, but it's not necessarily admitting liability. And so the question came up is what role did the federal government play in approving, permitting, or failing to do the appropriate oversight or permitting that should have been required under federal laws at the time? What liability may lie with the federal government or its agencies with regards to all of this environmental harm? So again, there is a directive for DOJ to look into that. I think that was the only question. I wanted to speak real quick to the leveraging, the Navajo Nation's approval of a substantial sum of money to go towards the remediation is a critical tool that Navajo EPA can use to leverage more money from US EPA for cleanup. And I think that Ms. Maples has been very extraordinary in advocating for this cleanup project and getting the attention of the US EPA in working on the contamination. And I trust that she will be able to leverage this money that the Navajo Nation spends on cleanup to get even more federal attention, more federal action, more federal funds for this enormous project. She mentioned hundreds of millions and maybe 10 years. So 5 million is really a drop in the bucket as far as the total cost for remediation of both areas. So she has, Ms. Maples has identified the immediate concern, the immediate activity that needs to be undertaken with the $5 million, the first priority action that needs to be taken, and that's how the money will be used initially. Again, we're hopeful that more federal, she's hopeful, we're hopeful that more federal money will be coming, but we're not certain. So this needs to stay on the committee's radar for the foreseeable future. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tapahi, for your work and your efforts as well. And the last area that I want to allow Shazade, Ms. Garnanez to address was the question posed on the reclamation and redevelopment. Ms. Garnanez?
Yeah, Shazade. Yeah, I wanted to address the question about the reclamation and what we're going to be doing with the site. Is it going to stay a business site? If you recall, when I spoke earlier, I had mentioned that we, as a community, were able to get a $120,000 environmental justice grant from US EPA. We're utilizing a portion of this grant to do a redevelopment plan for that site. So there will be an analysis based on what Pam had mentioned, the type of contamination and where it's at, even though we don't have all of those answers yet, and combine it with some of the feedback that we got from the community when we did community input meetings back in February, and bring that together and kind of like analyze what sort of industry or types of businesses or development that could potentially be at the site that ensures the safety of the public, as well as takes the site back into beneficial use again. So we're utilizing it for the benefit of the community. So that is in process right now. And we hope to come back to the RDC committee sometime after September to share that redevelopment plan But we're in process of doing that now. Like I said, we did the community input meetings with just the folks here in the community back in February. Next month, we'll be doing one with community stakeholders and really talk about what is the potential of how we could utilize the site. So I just wanted to add that we are thinking about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Shazada. And just to add on to that comment, Ms. Maples.
Thank you. I would like to say that there are two areas of this, the area at NFPI that is within the fence. It's 104 acres of the mill site. There are two areas that are potentially, and we won't know until we characterize the soil by drilling holes and getting samples to the lab, but there are two large areas that are potentially clean enough to be released by Navajo EPA to the community for reuse. One of those areas is where the timber was stored, the log storage yard, and the other area is the front of the property that is on Navajo 12 that was lumber sales. And that's a great big area. So there are two potentially redevelopable areas, but we need to go ahead and do some investigations to make sure.
Thank you, Ms. Maples. With that, Madam Chair, I return it back to you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the responses that were made in regards to Honorable Claw's question, and I will go ahead and yield the floor back over to Honorable Claw with follow-up questions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And then since we have all the agents on the line, I'm going to go ahead and just ask all the questions, but I guess I will go ahead and direct them to each individual, and then we can get a response at the end. But the very first one is Ms. Maples. I wanted to find out, so yes, I was talking about the national priority listing, and in your statement, you did say that you did think about it, and then after discussion, if it's a Brownsfield, that they'll go to the bottom of the list. So thinking about that, under the funding with Brownsfield, is there going to be a time when the Brownsfield will reach its maximum capacity, meaning that will you not be able to apply for it after a certain amount for these grants that you are applying for? Is there a cutoff limit? So that would be my first question. So like with every grant, there's a cap off and it reaches its life expectancy on how many times you can apply. After that point, would you then consider moving it over to the national priority listing? So that would be the question towards that. And then as far as Ms. Laureline Tapahi, I did see the directive to DOJ, but where I failed to see this directive be really effective is there was no time frame indicated of when you're giving DOJ a directive to research the legal issue. So as we know, DOJ has a very, I think they have limited staff, and the time it takes for them to conduct their research could be, years. So I would like to see a time frame for them. If we could just implement that into that section, that would be my recommendation. And then as far as the CLEPC's plans for redevelopment, I think that that's a good idea, and I commend you for looking for external grants. But my concern goes to your charter school. In there, I did see that there was a charter school, and if the community considers it like a really big health hazard, I'm just wondering what you have done for the safety of our students there, and also of the staff. And, if you as a chapter have even considered rezoning and moving that school to a place where that's not contaminated. And I'd like to hear your plans for that. And then also, if that school was built with a charter, then they do take partial responsibility into their cleanup. And what efforts has that been done as far as the school? So with that, Madam Chair, those are my follow-up questions.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. So I'd like to go ahead and give it back to the sponsor and your agents. You do have the floor for response to Honorable Claw's questions.
Honorable Claw for your follow-up questions. So I know they were specific to the individuals that you've addressed them to. So with that, I will give each of them an opportunity to respond to your questions. First with Ms. Maples regarding the national priority listing and the brownfields as it relates to the life expectancy of any grants that are pursued. Ms. Maples.
Thank you, Dr. Nez. So the national priorities list is a Superfund designation. And so if a site gets on the national priorities list, it is a list and they will get to it. It may be 30 or 40 years, but they will get to it. And as soon as you get listed on the Superfund national priorities list, you cannot apply for brownfields funding to address the site. So keeping NFPI and NTSE as brownfield sites keeps the door open for securing any funding that's available. The funding largely depends on how the government in Washington, D.C. feels about funding their EPA, their national EPA, because all of the brownfields grants are applied for through regional US EPA. We apply through Region 9, and there are rules about how many cleanup grants you can get per site, and they are small amounts of money. They wouldn't even address this site, but speaking and negotiating with our project officers over there in San Francisco, we arrived at a way of partitioning this site off into what we're calling operational units. And if you have the legislation, I believe there's a slide on that in there in the contamination report. And by slicing the site up into 16 or 20 operational units, grants can be applied for each unit to investigate and then to remediate. And so it's a little sleight of hand, but the federal government is on board with it because our project officers in Region 9 understand that this is a complex site and it needs to be dealt with. And so the funding limits we have there are historic, as we all know, bipartisan infrastructure law money coming the way of the US EPA regions, and they put out a series of grant application possibilities, and the Brownfields program applied for 2 of them and won them both fully funded. One is a $2 million Navajo Nation-wide assessment grant for brownfield sites, and the other is a $2 million Navajo Nation-wide cleanup grant focusing on the Navajo, the NFPI site. And I hope to be able to address the petroleum contamination with that grant and get at least that hazard removed out of the ground. That is a historic once-in-a-lifetime extra funding event, and we made sure that we got our share of it. As in fact, we won the 3rd most high dollar amount of all of the country for people who applied for that grant. So I feel like there will always be brownfields funding opportunities coming down the pike, but we just have to keep our operational units and keep our strategic planning going to be able to use as many of them as we can. And I'm going to address just a little bit of the charter school issues, because there are some things that the Navajo EPA has done to make sure that the surface soil, there was a report that said that there had been petroleum products in the soil. We went over there this past summer and did a round of soil sampling, and I'm happy to report that they all came back non-detect, meaning the laboratory couldn't find any petroleum products in the surface soil. And since we won those assessment grants, part of my long-term strategy was to investigate the soil of the school at deeper levels just to make sure that it's safe over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. And while we're on the subject of the charter school, which to our constituents there, as well as online and our colleagues, it is the Tzithlikuwi School of Action and Perseverance. And sorry, I said it in the wrong order. The Tzithlikuwi School of Empowerment, Action and Perseverance, Deep Charter School. So thank you for addressing that question. Shazade, Ms. Garnes, did you have anything to contribute to that discussion?
Yes. So thank you again. And thank you, Delegate Clow, for your question. Yes, the Tzithlikuwi School of Empowerment, Action and Perseverance is a charter school that I actually helped co-found about 10 years ago. So it's about 10 years old. And when we were looking for a site for the charter school, we asked US EPA for help, and we got one of their targeted brownfields assessment grant funding back in 2015, I believe it was. And that's the report that Ms. Maple just referred to, where there was some finding of some petroleum on the site. But when back then in 2014 and 15, when we were just starting the charter school, I, at the time, wasn't fully aware of all of the issues surrounding NFPI and the site. Pam and I have really, I think we met in 2018. And she really educated me on what was happening at the site. And I have to admit, you know, as a community member, I didn't really question it. I knew that the site was there and that it was slowly falling apart. But I just assumed, you know, like Navajo EPA and others with the Navajo Nation, because it was an enterprise of the Navajo Nation, they were doing the things to do right by our community. They were making sure that it was safe for us. But in 2018, when I met Pam and she really gave me a really good overview of the site, that's when I really started to like, okay, this really needs some attention and some understanding in the community. And that's kind of where I'm coming from with the work that I'm doing. And it's not so much just me being a community leader and being a member of the local CLEP-C, but just, you know, I'm a community member. I'm very concerned about the site. And when you really understand what is happening there, you should be concerned too. And that's the whole point of the environmental justice grant we got, was to work to try and educate the community about the site. And Pam is right. It is an incredibly complex site. There's a lot of issues to separate. And when you do all of that, you know, you feel like your head is going to explode. And so we've been trying to work at different ways so we can make it so that the community can understand the specific parts of what is happening with regard to the site and why it still is the way it is after 25 years of having closed down. So we're doing all of that, and the charter school is part of that. When, like I said, when we started in 2015, I didn't really have that understanding, but now we do. And I think the charter school has been very successful, and it's continuing to grow. And at some point, we'll probably outgrow the site. And so we're looking at places where in the community, with Red Lake Chapter, we want to do a master growth plan for the community to really look at where residential areas are, where economic development areas are, parks and recreation, and where we can put schools and what their need is in terms of the site. So I think that was the discussion at least a couple of years ago when I talked to one of the governing council members, is looking at other potential areas for the site, even though they are making lots of investments there with the traditional hogans that have been built. But those are all things that we have been thinking about and trying to put things in place to help us come to some answers and make a plan for the future. Thank you.
Yeah, Shazed. And the last question that was posed to Ms. Tapahi regarding the added time frame that was recommended by Honorable Clough. Ms. Tapahi?
Thank you. This is Lurleen. I sent a amendment to Ms. April Quinn. I believe she's on the line. I did put in the amendment I sent to her a time frame of 180 days. Since April was with DOJ and she only recently left DOJ and came to the Office of Legislative Counsel, I would certainly defer to her recommendation as to the needed time frame for DOJ to perform the research and provide a report back to RDC. So she has a proposed amendment that maybe she can email or read, and I'll turn it over to her now. Thank you.
Thank you,
Ms.
Laura.
Quinn?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Laureline, for putting together the amendment. So I can email the amendment over to Rodney, and could you please distribute it to the committee members? But it would basically be giving DOJ 180 calendar days to provide to research the issue and provide a written report and a verbal report if so requested to the committee. And I recommended at least 6 months, given the fact that DOJ is currently short-staffed right now. And just because I'm an environmental lawyer, I know this is a heavy lift when you're researching potential liability. There's the whole process, collecting documents and relevant information, which, could potentially be difficult given that this enterprise stopped operating over, 20, 25 years ago. So I just wanted to be sympathetic to the fact that, it's going to take a lot of work by DOJ to research potential liability. So I recommended the 180 calendar days. So I will send that amendment over to Mr. Tahi right now.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. With that, Madam Chair, we give the floor back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Naz, to you and your agents, and also Ms. Quinn, thank you for your response to questions and regarding the amendment that was recommended as well. And we did receive your email, Ms. Tapahi, in regards to the language that is outlined in the amendment for legislation 0130-23. So with that, Honorable Claude, does it pretty much answer your question? Do you have any follow-up questions?
I did receive the amended language, and I would like to make a motion to offer that amendment into this particular legislation.
Okay.
Madam Chair, may I clarify, please? I emailed the First Amendment with a 4-month deadline, but I do recommend that we go with the amendment that Ms. Quinn is emailing, which is a 6-month deadline. Again, I defer to her recommendation as to giving DOJ sufficient time to prepare the report. So I recommend that we go with the 6-month deadline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tapai, and that is noted. So we'll go ahead and await Ms. April Quinn's email in regards to the amendment. Huh?
I received it.
Oh, you received, okay, Mr. Tahi had received the amendment language provision that will be included in the legislation. So with that, there is a motion on the floor, members of Resources and Development Committee, to do an amendment number 1. So I'm going to go ahead and give it to Mr. Tahi.
And Madam Chair, before the motion is made, I need to read the amendment into the record first.
Okay, so go ahead and we'll give time to Mr. Tahi to read the amendment into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is amendment number 1 to legislation number 0130-23. Amendment number 1 reads as follows. 1, on page 6 at line 18, after the sentence ending the word condition, insert the following new sentence. Regarding this directive, the Department of Justice shall present a written report and a verbal report, if so requested, to the Resource and Development Committee no later than and 80 calendar days after the effective date of this action. 2, renumber or relettering succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service and Office of the Legislative Council are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibit to implement it the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is amendment number 1 read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi.
I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Okay, so we have a motion for amendment number 1 by Honorable Claw. And may I get a second? Members of Resources and Development Committee that are on the call.
Second, Danny.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. So with that, I'd like to get a roll call vote on amendment number 1. Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 1 for legislation number 0130-23. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Mr. Tahi.
Good afternoon. This is Delegate Nez. Are we all still online? I can't hear anything.
Honorable Andy Nez, I do apologize for that. So right now, we did get a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. So on this particular item, motion does carry, and I do appreciate yourself for sponsoring. Oh, no. We have to go to the main motion. I do apologize. So at this point, we will go ahead and go back to the main motion. Members of Resources and Development Committee, as there has been an amendment that has been added to this legislation in regards to a directive to Department of Justice, allowing, I believe, 6 months to do a research and give a report back to RDC at the end of the 6 months in regards to what they were able to retrieve in terms of investigation as who was the prior operator, and if there is any liability that can be issued to the responsible party that was operating this particular company at the time. So with that, going on next, the main motion, do I have any other questions by members of the Resources and Development Committee? Going once, going, okay, Honorable Otto So.
Just not a question, but, this legislation came before, council at one point, and, I, have my position and idea of that, my son, because there are some of the questions I asked, but especially about the enterprises. There was answers given to us, and at the end of the day, it looks like the nation's gonna have to bite the bullet. And even idea of that, but I do support the legislation wherever the money is coming from. There's points pertaining to where the current legislation is getting monies from. Maybe if there is a strategy on maybe looking at where else we could get it from, things like that. So idea, other than that. So I'm good.
Hagoshi? Yeah, Honorable Otto So, again, it was just, there wasn't really a question, but there was, you know, just a informative, information that was, stated by Honorable, Otto So, if you did not hear as sponsor. So, with that, any other members of Resources and Development Committee that may have a question at this time for the sponsor, Honorable Andy Nez, in regards to approving $5 million from CHSN to Navajo EPA for the old NFPI operation in the Red Lake and Sawmill chapter communities. Going once, going twice. Okay, with that, Mr. Tahi, can you please take a roll call vote?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0130-23. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Orange. Oh, green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed. The Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, motion carries. And again, thank you, Honorable Nez, to you and your agents for bringing this legislation before Resources and Development Committee. And thank you for some of the questions that were answered by yourself and your agents as well. Going on to item B on the agenda under new business legislation 0131-23. Honorable Curtis Yainito. Are you still on the call, Shanatani?
Yes, Madam Chair. Jesus, this is Honorable Yanito, yes. I'm online.
Wagoshi? So with that, I'd like to go ahead and have Mr. Tahi read legislation 0131-23 into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0131-23, date June 6, 2023. The title of the resolution, proposed standing committee resolution, an action relating to resource and development, approving the grant of right-of-way to the Utah Department of Transportation for the construction, operation, and maintenance of Highway SR 162 from Montezuma Creek to Aneth, located on Navajo Nation Trust Land in the Anna Chapter, San Juan County, Utah, and waiving the requirements of bonds, insurance, alternative forms of security based pursuant to Title 25 Code of Federal Regulations, Section 169.0103 F2. The purpose of this legislation is to approve the grant of right-of-way to the Utah Department of Transportation for construction, operating, and maintaining Highway SR 162 from Montezuma Creek to Aneth, Utah, on and over across the Navajo Nation Trust Land in Aneth Chapter vicinity, San Juan County, Utah. This legislation will also waive the requirements for a bond insurance or alternative form of security on the part of the grantee based on the determination that the project benefits Navajo Nation and such a waiver is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169.103 F2. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation. Let's be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Carlos Cianito for tracking number 0131-23. An action relating to resource and development, approving the grant of right-of-way to the Utah Department of Transportation for the construction, operation, and maintenance of Highway SR 162 from Montezuma Creek to Aneth, located on Navajo Nation Trust Land in Aneth Chapter, San Juan County, Utah, and the waiving the requirements of bond insurance and alternative form of security based pursuant to Title 25 Code of Federal Regulations, Section 169.103 F2, being enacted Section 1 Authority A, pursuant to 2 NC Section 501B2, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has authority to grant final approval for all land withdrawals, non-mineral leases, permits, licenses, right-of-way, surface easements, and bonding requirement on the Navajo Nation lands and unrestricted free lands. This authority shall include subleases, modification, assignments, leaseholding, encumbrance, transfer, renewals, and termination. Section 2 finding. A, the Utah Department of Transportation has submitted a request of a right-of-way for the purpose of constructing, operating, and maintaining Highway SR 162 from Montezuma Creek, Aneth to Utah to Aneth, Utah. The terms and conditions attached hereto and incorporated in as Exhibit A. B, the purpose of the right-of-way is described in the maps attached to and incorporated here in Exhibit B. C, the General Land Development Department, Utah Land Office right-of-way agent in memorandum dated May 20th of 2022 states that the General Land Development Department, Utah Land Office completed the field clearance with the Aneth Chapter Grazing Committee member. 9 grazing permittees were identified in the General Land Development Department memorandum. The field clearance checklist and the land issue consent forms are attached as Exhibit C. D, the environmental studies and ecological clearances include the biological resources form in NDFW review number 21 HENG 102, Exhibit D. The State of Utah Department of Transportation memorandum dated March 20th, 2022 in response to the NDFW review number 21 HENG 102, Exhibit E. The Heritage and Historic Preservation Department of Cultural Resources Compliance Form HPD-21-523, Exhibit F, and the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency Air and Toxic Department memorandum dated March 16th, 2023, Exhibit G are attached. E, the right-of-way application includes the State of Utah Department of Transportation's request for waiver of the 25 CFR 169.103 bond requirement is attached as Exhibit H. F, the Code of Federal Regulation requires the payment of bond insurance alternative forms of security. The right-of-way 25 CFR Section 169.103. The Code of Federal Regulations at 25 CFR Section 169.103 F2 describes how the waiver may be obtained. It states, we may waive the requirement for a bond insurance alternative form of security for tribal lands, deferring it to the maximum extent possible to the tribe's determination that the waiver of bond insurance alternative form of security is in the best interest. G, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation finds that the waiver of the requirement of bond insurance alternative form of security as requested by the Utah Department of Transportation is the best interest of the Navajo Nation. H, the Aneth Chapter Support Resolution ACMR MAR-2021-034 entitled Aneth Chapter supporting the Utah Department of Transportation for the development and construction of the SR-162/SR-261, a safety improvement and energy corridor project is attached as Exhibit I. The application for the right-of-way has been reviewed through the executive official review process, including the review by the Department of Justice and approved or found significant. Executive review document number 019447 is attached as Exhibit J. Section 3, approval. The Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation hereby approves the grant of right-of-way to the Utah Department of Transportation for constructing, operating, and maintaining SR 162 from Montezuma Creek to Aneth, Utah, on, over, and across Navajo Trust Lands in Aneth Chapter vicinity, San Juan County, Utah. B, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the right-of-way subject to but not limited to the terms and condition incorporated herein attached to Exhibit A. The location is more particularly described on the survey map attached here to is Exhibit B. The Research Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Calibre hereby waives requirement of bond insurance alternative form of security on a part of the grantee based on determination that such a waiver is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 25 CFR section 169.103 F2. The Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby authorize the President of the Navajo Nation to execute any and all documents necessary to effect the intent and purpose of this resolution. Attaches is Exhibit A, which is the Navajo Nation right-of-way terms and conditions, the Utah Division of Transportation grantee right-of-way SR 162 Montezuma Creek to Aneth. Attaches Exhibit B, which includes the map. Attaches Exhibit C, which is a memorandum dated May 20th, 2022, subject field clearance for Utah Department of Transportation. Attaches Exhibit D, which is the Biological Resource Compliance Form, the Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife, document number NNDFW, review number 21 HENG 102. Attaches Exhibit E, which is a letter dated March 20th, 2023. The subject DR number 21 HENG 102 SR 162 /262 road improvements response to NNDFW questions. Attaches Exhibit F, which is the culture compliance form. Number HPD number HPD -21-523. Attaches Exhibit G, which is the review of the right-of-way EOR number 10019447 UTOD right-of-way SR 162 Montezuma Creek to Utah. Attaches Exhibit H, which is the United States Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs right-of-way application. Attaches Exhibit I, which is the ANA chapter resolution AC-MAR-2021-034, and attaches Exhibit I, which is the executive official review document number 019447. Date issue was 09/27/2022. Then you have the first report of first Internet Public Review Summary Report for legislation number 013-23, sponsors Honorable Curtis Unito. This legislation was posted on June 13, 2023 at 9:36 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended June 18, 2023. There was one comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, and no comments recommendation on this legislation. The one comment supporting this legislation was from the Navajo Utah Commission. Resolution number NUCJUN-918-23. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0131-23 run into the record. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. Okay, may I get a motion for legislation 0131-23? Motion by Honorable Otto So. May I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw. Thank you. And members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions for our sponsor, Honorable Curtis Unito? Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, I spoke with Mr. Curtis Unito, Delegate Curtis Unito earlier today, indicating that there's a problem with the terms and conditions of the right-of-way. And this is after discussion that the General Land Development Department, Utah Department of Transportation, and Navajo Department of Justice Natural Resources units has with the terms and condition outlined in this legislation 0131-23. It is a recommendation by UDOT and Navajo Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit that this legislation be tabled for 90 days until the terms and condition is all worked out, especially as it relates to the waiver of the requirements of bond insurance and alternative forms of security in this legislation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tahi, for informing Resources and Development Committee in regards to how we're going to go forward with this particular legislation. May I get a motion or Mr. Honorable Addison?
Yes, before we go to the sponsor, I believe there's some issues to the legislation. And just to give the sponsor some time to address those issues with the collaboration that's going on with the Department of Justice, because we're the final authority. And then also with the right-of-way issue. So there's two issues that it may end up requiring an amendment. So I want to go ahead and move to table the legislation for 60 days. I think that's enough time to
Go ahead.
just as a discussion. 60 days, we can go down or up from there.
Okay, thank you, Honorable, Otto. So, Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, since this is a motion already for 60 days. As Mr. Otto has indicated, and it's up for discussion, it's a motion for 60 days, so it would need to be changed, or that motion needs to be voted down, and we'll do another motion for table for 90 days.
Can he just withdraw his
Yeah, he
motion?
can withdraw.
Honorable Otto, are you willing to withdraw your motion for tabling this legislation for 60 days? But the recommendation here, according to our advisor, that the recommendation was to table this particular legislation to give sufficient time to all the parties that are involved to pretty much iron out the issues in regards, in this case, it's the terms and conditions. So for 90 days, Jeanette.
Can
Honorable
I
Otto.
modify my motion to 90 days?
Yes, you may.
That way we can have everybody take care of it. Thank you.
Question. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, there has been a motion made to modify to request to table legislation number 0131-3, motion by Honorable Otto to address issues that has been highlighted to us by Mr. Tahi, our advisor, in regards to the terms and conditions that needs to be straightened out with the Utah Department of Transportation, General Land Leasing Department, and Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit, as well as the right-of-way concerns that has been an issue at this point right now for Resources and Development Committee going forward. So with that, this legislation will be tabled for 90 days. May I get a second?
Yes, Shauna Claw, second.
Honorable Claw. Thank you. So with that, Mr. Tahi, could you please take a roll call vote?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for tabling legislation number 0131-23 for 90 days. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Great, thank you. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee.
For table legislation.
Motion carries for tabling legislation 0131-23. Going on to item C under new business, approving a work session with Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency Department of Air and Toxic to discuss the Navajo Nation's minor source permit regulations for Thursday, January the 6th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Winter Rock, Arizona area. Members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion?
Motion.
Honorable Claw, and may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Otto, thank you. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on this meeting that we are scheduling with EPA Air and Toxic? Honorable Otto?
And can we have the work session start at 1 that day? Number 1, have the Navajo Hopi Land Commission a regular scheduled meeting that day. And
1:30.
Yeah, 1:30. But we start from 7. I try to close out by 10:30, 11 o'clock. members get on. So
Fukushi.
1 o'clock, yeah, or,
Hakushi.
oh,
So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, with members on RDC that have meeting commitments already that morning, are going to, is a consensus to change the time to 1 PM in the afternoon. So it'll be Thursday, July the 6th at 1 PM in the Window Rock area. Any other questions or comments, members of RDC? Going once, going twice. Mr. Tahi, can you take it for a roll call vote?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for approving the work session with nomination EPA, Aaron Talks. Honorable Shauna Nkla, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Nkla votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you. With that, motion carries on to item letter D under new business. Approving a work session with the United States Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration, FHWA, to discuss the Tribal Transportation Program agreement between Federal Highway Administration and Navajo Department of Transportation, roles and responsibilities and program components such as funding, planning, the National Environmental Policy Act, construction, maintenance, etc. for Tuesday, July the 11th, 2023 at 9 AM in the Window Rock, Arizona area. Members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion for this meeting with Federal Highway Administration and NDOT?
Shauna Claw motion.
Honorable Claude, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Otto So. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions in regards to meeting on July the 11th? See. Going once, going twice, 3 times. Mr. Tahi, take it for a roll call vote.
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for approving a work session with U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration. Honorable Shauna Nkla, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Nkla votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you, members, and motion carries. Going on to item E on the agenda under new business, approving the Resources Development Committee special meeting approved on June 14th, 2023 to be held at Tuba City chapter. Okay, in Tuba City, Arizona for Friday, July the 28th, 2023 at 10 AM. Members of RDC, may I get a motion?
Motion.
Honorable Otto So, and may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw, thank you. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on this special meeting that is going to be scheduled on Friday, July the 28th at 10 AM at the Tuba City Chapter House in Tuba City, Arizona? Going once, going twice. Take it for a roll call vote, Mr. Tahi.
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for approving RDC special meeting to be held at Tuba City on Friday, July 28th, 2023 at 10 AM. Honorable Shauna Nkla, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Nkla votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you. Motion carries. Going on to item number 8 on the agenda, close of meeting. Do we have any announcements to share with our listeners on the call? Our members of Resources and Development Committee? If not, I'd like to go ahead and get a motion for adjournment.
Johnna Claw, motion.
Motion by Honorable Claw and second by Honorable Otto So. And with that, Mr. Tahi, can you take it for a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Shauna and Claw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna and Claw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Madam Chair, not voting.
With that, Resources Development Committee call for adjournment at what time?
2:36.
2:36 PM. And thank you everyone for being on the call and colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation